Guardian down.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for spending your time with us today. Welcome to episode 187 of Guardian Downcast, a Destiny podcast. Hey, if you love to play the game Destiny 2, you've come to the right place. We're a couple of gamer dads that have played Destiny since that day one release back in 2014, and we're just as passionate about it today as we were back then. We discuss key topics and news within the game and community, and we not only seek the stories of Destiny content creators, but we're a podcast that gives a voice to the stories of our Destiny gamers out there. And in this game, it's all about community. We're in the show that asks, how does it feel to talk Lightfall with the Owl Sector Alliance? I'm your host, Todd, the Gator, and my co-host Hazel is here as well tonight. Today we have our annual Owl Sector Alliance Megacast, which represents 5 different Destiny-based shows, all in one fun live show, that we actually premiered this last Friday in our Discord live stage channel. I must say it was a great show, and if you haven't had a chance to join our awesome Discord community, what are you waiting for? Discord.gg/Guardian Downcast is the invite link. So it's a little different kind of show tonight as we're going to listen in on all the shenanigans. So much information dropped this week from Destiny, and we're going to talk about the state of the game, the Vidoc, the latest TWAB that was out, a little bit of lore as well, and, so much more. We finished the night up with an updated announcement and another Scum Death's Corner. So let's now join in on the conversation. We hope you all enjoy it. All right, let's roll. Hey, thanks for listening to Guardian Downcast. You can find us on Twitter at Guardian_D_cast.
Or you can find us on our Instagram at Guardian_Down_cast and see what picks our weekly guests want to share with you. Or, you know what? Just visit our website at GuardianDowncast.com for all of our contact information and where else you can find us to play any past episodes you like in any order you like, right from your browser.
Man, don't or me. Hey, Guardians, while you're at it, follow our Guardian Downcast show playlist. We have it on Spotify and Apple Music. We post these links in our show description every week.
So check us out, and later, Guardian.
Toddles.
That just felt weird.
Why is that weird?
No, I'm just saying that for the...
Yeah, I'll edit that out, don't worry. Okay, hey everyone, welcome to the Megacast. I'm Todd the Gator with Guardian Downcast, and my host here, Mr. Hazelnut NT, or Hazel NT is here with me. How you doing, man?
Doing good. And it's Hazelnut, by the way. Only 4 years into this thing. And,
yeah. Wait a minute, let me write that down. Is that right? Hazelnut? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, before we get started tonight, we have 5 Destiny podcasts being represented here tonight. Now, we just wanted to go around the table here and everyone just introduce themselves and also tell us what podcast you're with, because I want to make sure everyone's represented here tonight. Let's start out with Mr. Kingsley Mack. Kingsley, which live chat are we using?
Yes, you told us to mute, Gator.
Yes.
And talk while we're muted, so that's what I was doing.
Oh.
Anyways, yes, I am Kingsley Mack with the Guardian Hub podcast. And, we have another one representing tonight. And it's not Mr. Magical, it's Mr. Lore. Should we go to Des? How you doing?
Mr. Lore. Interesting. Hello. I am Raven of the Variety. Anyway, I'm also Guardian Hub. I'm here. I'm a Cancer. I like long walks on the beach. And I probably won't be talking too much unless I get censored by Gator again.
What? No, actually, I have a lore question tonight for you, Des. I'll ask it later on the show, but I have a lore question for you. I've been reading the new lore book that's coming out, so I'm getting interested.
Oh, God.
No, it's a simple question. Thanks for coming tonight, Des.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I am happy to be here.
Excellent. All right. Mr. Fluffy Fingers MD, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Hi, everyone. My name is Fluffy Fingers MD. I am from the PotatoThumbs Podcast. We are a new podcast primarily talking about potatoes. We talk about cooking metas, different entrees and sides that you can put with them. And my co-host, Admiral Nips, he actually is allergic to them, so it's kind of weird, but we're rolling with it anyways.
Actually, this is the grandfather of all these podcasts. He's the oldest one here tonight. They've been, what episode number are you on now? 300? Have you hit 300 yet?
I think we just did 291, and with the bonus episodes, we're like 298 or 297, somewhere in there.
Very nice. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming tonight. All right. We have Mr. Night Demon. How are you tonight, sir?
I am doing fine. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Absolutely.
As we do for the last 3 years. And now we seem to have grown and got more podcasts involved. Dragged them under the bus with us.
Yeah, we're dragging them along for the ride. That's for sure. Well, how are you doing tonight, sir? And what is your podcast again? I can't remember. When I Google Destiny podcast, yours never seems to come up.
Yeah, we're quite unique, really. It's two Titans, and we don't like hunters.
Uh-oh.
No, joking.
Look,
Two
I
Titans
will break
and a
this
hunter.
mute button in a second. You don't knock that off.
That was too slow for you. You've got to be quick on the mute button.
Well, yes, everyone knows, of course, the Two Titans and a Hunters podcast. And you have your two co-hosts with you here tonight.
I dragged two of them along. The other guy couldn't kind of make it. He's probably stuck outside of his shed this time.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll join us later. It's pretty late for you guys over there in the UK right now, so.
Yeah, it's about 1:00. But, he's probably not able to get into his shed this time and give us some lore and stuff. So at least we've got Des here to ask for some lore.
Nice. All right. Well, one of your co-hosts is Mr. Parody. Parody, how you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, not bad at all. Happy to be here. Happy to be doing this yet again. Stepping into the ring with all of these lovely contenders, and we'll see who leaves tonight in one piece. I'm guessing it will not be either editor.
It will not. It will not. That's for sure. And of course, what would make the Two Titans and a Hunter complete without Mr. No One Respawns in Real Life? How you doing, man?
Man, what's going on? Living that dream. Well, living a dream. Could be my dream. Not entirely sure. The meds haven't kicked in yet.
Okay. Well, he's my fellow Floridian. Welcome tonight, sir.
Floridians for life. What?
That's right, man. Oh, that's right. And we have our brand new entries into our Megacast, and that would be from the Blueberry Lounge. That would be Mr. Sweaty Spooks. How are you tonight, sir?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd first off like to personally thank you, the listener, for joining us tonight in the Megacast. I'm ever so excited to be here. My name is Sweaty Spooks, host of the Blueberry Lounge. And boy, am I ever so proud to announce that the show has expanded, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you my new co-host, Mr. Native Raider. How are you tonight?
How can I be a co-host with a voice like that? I mean, come on now. It's beautiful.
Right? You just
it's absolutely beautiful.
With that introduction.
Absolutely beautiful. Like, yeah. So there we go. Blueberry Lounge. Yeah, let's get it.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you all, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here tonight. And here's the way it's going to work tonight, everyone. I'm going to be driving the bus. I'm the designated driver tonight, and I'm going to be passing around the wooden spoon for everyone to talk from. And I'm first going to pass it on to Mr. Parody tonight, representing Two Titans and a Hunter, and he's going to talk about the state of the game that was just released this week. And man, we had so much information, man. It's like an information overload this week. But Parody, I'm passing the wooden spoon on to you. Take it away, sir.
I feel a little threatened with you just waving the wooden spoon around over there. I don't know if I like this.
Well, I was going to say talking stick, but RNG Gator told me that everyone beat me with it, so I'm just going to make it a wooden spoon since I'm used to getting hit by it.
I think you're just threatening us with a good time, bad time, and all the times.
Hey, should we let RNG Gator say hi to everyone as well?
Oh, yes. This is RNG Gator. This is our favorite mod. That's self-labeled, by the way.
RNG Gator isn't just an extension of Todd the Gator. You aren't just one person at this point.
Well, you'll listen for yourself.
No, I'm the better Gator.
Why did I?
Because I don't forget people,
Why did I unmute him?
I don't have a podcast, so I don't get included. I'm sorry.
Come on, sorry, man. Hey, I'm doing this all on the fly tonight. So no script. You're just running with it. And, man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, but RNG Gator, just so everyone knows here in the live chat, RNG Gator will be our collection of questions from our live chat tonight. He's going to be collecting the questions throughout the show tonight. If you have a question that you want answered by this huge panel of podcasters here, put it in the live chat and RNG Gator will post it, or pin it, I should say. And at the end of the show, we're going to go through questions and finish up the show that way. So we're going to start again. Thank you, RNG Gator. Thanks for helping out tonight, bud.
No problem.
And we're going to start out again, like I said, with Mr. Parody. You're going to kind of go over what has been going on with the state of the game this week to start.
State of the game. They're basically state of the game is Bungie has 4 big goals going forward as we head into Lightfall, leading up to the final shape, leading to the end of our Light and Dark saga. And so they got 4 big goals they're trying to work on, which is first expand the players' imaginations. 2 is bring challenges back to Destiny. 3, enrich our content, and 4, connect our guardians, which is just extensions of what they've been trying to do this whole time. And we got 2 season names. We have Defiance and we have Deep. I wish they would have picked 2 words that didn't both start with D and E that sound very similar when I try to keep them straight, but hey, at least we have something other than Redacted. I haven't seen Redacted in weeks. It's been great. So I'm going to get into this and go, I don't know if we want to go one by one, if we want to have feedback or questions, or just want me to roll through this and then questions, comments at the end of this.
Well, since we have so much to cover,
I don't know what your master plan is, Gabe. We'll roll with it and stop me when you want to.
Since we have so much to cover tonight, why don't you go ahead and go over the state of the game and maybe halfway through break off and see what everyone wants to say about it, and then we'll finish up with it. But maybe not the entire thing, but maybe split it in half. Sound good?
Sure, sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things they want to do is expand the players' imaginations, which basically just seems to be simplifying. We're starting with reducing complexity with the progression systems, meaning fewer currencies to earn, to remember, to keep. The Umbral and Umbral energies are going away. After you've unlocked your seasonal focusing, if you want to focus an engram into a particular weapon or armor, all you need is Glimmer and a seasonal engram. I don't see shards anywhere in the respawn. You might be saved. Your seasonal engrams, you won't have to mess with those either. Those will be stored and tracked on the vendors. No more large stacks of seasonal currency to unlock at a chest at the end of every activity. Instead, we're going back to the key system, sort of like we had in Rise of Iron, I want to say, where you will have singular keys dropped throughout your playtime, which will allow you to extract better rewards from the chests at the end of the seasonal activity. Now, it's not going to drop at every time you complete an activity, so these chests are going to be bonuses and not requirements, where now it's you go hit the chest at the end of activity, you're just expected to open all of them. The idea is, these keys will actually give you better rewards out of these chests. It isn't just rinse and repeat, run them until the end of time. So they want these chests to have, meaningful loot, meaningful bonuses for you. And the keys can drop from seasonal activities, and as well as just your, strikes, PvP, and gambits. So you don't have to do the whole thing where you play your seasonal activity, hop back to your core playlist to earn some more currencies, hop back to your seasonal activity. You can, again, just sort of play what you want, when you want, and not have to hop back and forth the whole time. We're going to have fewer total vendor upgrades, with each individual upgrade being more potent, and some upgrades offering a variance in the way you interact with the seasonal activities. And they're changing the way they name the various progression systems and currencies, because they would like us as the players to understand what they are and where you can spend them. As opposed to going, I have 16 things called Umbral something, where do these go? I should be able to look at the currency and say, here's what I'm supposed to do with it. So that's the goal around this. So in seasons to come after Defiance, we're going to head into Seasons of the Deep. So Seasons of the Deep will not feature the vendor upgrade paradigm at all. So they're doing away with that. Not for the end of time necessarily, but in that season, they're just doing away with the whole vendor upgrade system. They're done with it. And the same will be true with the following season. But they are trying to give us more activities like the Shattered Realm in Season of the Lost, or the Battleground from Season of the Chosen. And in Lightfall, they're also going to be adding the Guardian ranks alongside with rethinking the build crafting with loadouts. And the Guardian ranks is just your effortless way for Guardians to share their place, where they are in their journey with everyone else. And, that big number over your head is no longer just the number of levels you've gained on your season pass. It'll actually tie into your Guardian rank, things you've done, challenges you faced, things you've actually done in the game, not just, I've played this game a lot, now that number is 500 something. We're going to go into weapon crafting and make that simplified. So, there's a lot of weapons, but the route to getting those weapons is too random, and it's frustrating trying to get the thing you're trying to get. And instead you get, the sniper rifle or the hand cannon, you're like, I just want an SMG. That's all I'm trying to get. So they want the weapon crafting to be part of the chase and not diminish it by getting, other things you're not trying to get to, or to get a great random roll and go, yeah, but this isn't what I want because I'm trying to, unlock these patterns to craft this weapon. So they're going to have fewer of the total weapons be craftable, and more of the weapons with long-term sources will get value from the randomly rolled perks. And in the year of Lightfall, so not, this season, but in the year, the 4 seasons, they're starting with our non-crafted weapons with the new rated depths will have the ability to be enhanced, which is basically you can take that sweet randomly rolled weapon you got, and you can enhance it, which means you can level it up, use mementos, enhance the perks, and those are the perks that are be the same ones on the weapon. So your masterwork can't be changed, those perks can't be changed. So if you have a sweet overflow rampage weapon, you could theoretically get enhanced overflow and enhanced rampage, but you couldn't change those perks. So it's about making your randomly rolled weapons better, not full-on crafting them. And basically you can pick that favorite weapon, get into a relationship with it, use it, level it up, it becomes better. And that starts with the adept weapons from the new raid, and we'll move into other things, they say hand wavy later in Lightfall. So basically, doing what Bungie does. Here's a taste of it, we'll roll it out small, and then increase it over time. And then for the crafted weapons, they're making that whole thing simpler by just saying you will never see a deep sight weapon unless there's something you need on it to make a pattern progress. You're not going to see red borders that are just there as currency, so those currencies are going away. And they're targeting Season the Deep, which is our second season in Lightfall. They'll be adding a mechanism to activate deep sight on any craftable weapon that you don't have a pattern for. So that is all of the, expanding our players' imaginations. Should I go in?
Yeah.
I can do.
Yeah. Why don't we go around the horn on that topic first?
Yeah.
What's everyone think?
There's a lot there.
There is.
I think giving value to randomly rolled weapons, I hadn't even thought about that. Because for years, my mind, not years, for a while now, my mind's been on crafting weapons, how awesome that is, and getting those to where you need them to be, and focusing most of my time on raids and activities to get those red borders so that I can craft the perfect weapon. Because like every now and again, in the pursuit of crafting the red border, right, you'll get your roll to drop, but it won't have those enhanced perks, so you just trash it because you're going to be making the enhanced perks later on. So the fact that now we can accidentally get our god roll and just roll with that, right? Just upgrade that up until you get your enhanced perks. That is a beautiful touch. I didn't even expect that to be a thing.
Okay, if I can. Okay. Sorry to already be this is Hazel, by the way, for anybody listening. So, Respawn, I disagree with you. Okay. I love you though, but I disagree with you because when I play and I'm on my route to getting my crafted weapon, if I find one like my Ikelos SMG and it's got volt shot and auto loading or something like that, I'm keeping that and I'm not crafting it because I don't need to craft it. So that's just me. But the other thing, though, is that I'm glad that Bungie found a way to finally, if anybody remembers this from early D2, when they said that, hey, Luke Smith goes, how can we make your 10th better devils mean something? They finally did it.
Or your 5,000th freaking, what was that rocket launcher everybody loved?
It's funny. They drop it all the time, but no one remembers the name of it.
Well, there's Edge Transit.
I played until I got my cape, and then I dipped. But everybody else apparently got 5,000 rocket launchers from the Iron Banana.
Yeah, the blowout.
The blowout, there it is, yeah. But to your response, like, you get your god roll, right? But your god roll is never going to be as good as it can be because you'll never get those enhanced perks previous to this. Right? So why not continue crafting that weapon? Because in the future, perks are always changing anyway. So you never know if that roll you have is going to be the god roll indefinitely. So having the ability to go back and change the roll on that gun for whatever the new god roll is still a good reason to craft that weapon. You shouldn't just stop the crafting process because you got the god roll that you want now.
Mm-hmm. But Bungie will never, ever punish somebody for not playing a season. You know, just because I didn't play during whatever season, they're not going to be like, well, screw that guy, and we're going to make Volt Shot the best and never put Volt Shot on any other weapons. They're going to put it on something else that's going to make it just as good as everything else and just as viable.
They do kind of punish you for not playing a season. If you miss out on that season, you do miss out on some things. And it can be a while before it comes back around that they go, oh, hang on a minute, we've missed out on giving this to all the players. So let's put all of that loot into like Days of Eternity this season for anybody that wasn't around for season 11, season 12. You have to wait a while for it to come back around. But I see your point. But I think it's nice that they've addressed what Hazel was saying, is that he wants to stick with his god roll that he got. He doesn't want to go out and get any red borders. And they're also tapping into Respawn's mentality of, oh, you want to go get the red borders and make it the best of the best of the best? Well, you can do that as well. But what you've got to look at this is another way of Bungie doing sunsetting again in a different way, because there's no way they're going to go back and say, hey, by the way, that fabulous Ikelos submachine gun that you've just got, that is going to be in this kind of new crafting system and be able to make it the best of the best of the best. This is going to be new weapons going forward, or as we go into Lightfall, the weapons going forward that way. So they do this kind of little bit of sunsetting of, you know, making the weapons better each time. And I've noticed with like the Nightfalls, they've done that quite regularly. Now that they've brought back some of the Nightfall weapons that were Nightfall weapons a couple of seasons back, that they now have the Origin perks on, whereas the other versions, like I think it was the Endura, didn't have like the Origin perks on it. So you may have an adept Hungura from like 2 seasons previous, but now you need the new Hungura that's got the Omolon adaptive perk. You need the Vanguard, and you know, they're slowly doing it, which is quite nice, is that they needed to do something to address all of the powerful weapons. And
well, they have been doing that, and they don't call it sunsetting. They're just nerfing it. Look at the poor DMT.
They're making other weapons better. No, that's an exotic weapon. That's completely different. But yeah, they are making other weapons better or more enticing for people to then drop the older weapons.
Yeah.
And to that, a Bungie, Vault Space, please.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing that I noticed in that whole like blog where they're talking about weapons and drops is they said making drops meaningful, which I'm excited for, because like if you play a lot of one activity, you just like have the natural habit to just go and shard everything. Like the amount of times I look at the rolls on the Crucible drops I get, like they're just instant shards. So that makes me hope that they're going to rethink what perks go with what weapons, kind of like what they did with Rose. And I hope that's the direction that they're going, so that we get some, a little bit less junk when we are getting those RNG drops.
I think the main reason they did this is because people were discounting adept weapons, because why get an adept weapon when I can craft the best weapon, the best version of that weapon already? And the adept perks just weren't strong enough to warrant going through that hell to get them. I think this was Bungie's response to the people who were complaining, or maybe not worrying about getting the adept gear because they can get the same version of the gun, at least close, with enhanced mods on it instead. Adepts weren't as strong, so this was maybe their answer to it. I don't know. Anybody else on this subject?
Well, the adept mods are really strong though. So, and plus, I mean, if you look at the adept weapons, instead of just getting 10 points to make that weapon better, you actually get the 10 points for the category that your masterwork is in, and then every other category gets 2 points? 1 or 2 points to make every other category of that gun better as well, right? Mm-hmm. So, that's still really, really, really good. Even if you can craft it, you're not going to have that level of perks in the game. You might have a stronger version of Volt Shot, right? Oh, yeah. But he's going to have better stability, better range, better handling, better everything,
right?
So
Des, what do you think, man?
No, I do agree pretty well with Respawn, because it's basically just between the enhanced perks and the adept mods, they were kind of... It's hard to say which one is better than the other, essentially, because they both enhanced what the gun did in ways. But no, still at the same time, there's probably still that subset of people that, like you said, Gator, just wouldn't go after adepts because, I mean, crafting maybe not better, but still got really close to like that quality that an adept weapon could have. So I do feel like this is still like a really... It puts like an emphasis back on adept weapons, I believe, essentially.
Okay, good point. Okay, if no one else has any comments, no, Sweaty, go ahead, man.
Okay, so when it comes to the adept versus crafting, I think there is a place for both. Of course, like both options are available, and I'm all for the underlining word options. Options is great. We love options. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain in my opinion. Like, yes, you can go ahead and craft a weapon and you can focus it into the field that you're looking for. However, the one thing that I do like adepts over crafted is, yes, the adept mods, which allow me to stat focus. So the question isn't necessarily, do you want adept versus craft? In my personal opinion, I think it's just, what's your intention? Do you want functionality or do you want stats? And I think it, like I said, it just comes behind intention with the player and what they intend to do with that weapon. Personally, I more see functionality in things like, if I'm doing GMs, I'm going to want more functionality in that aspect. But if I'm doing things like trials, for example, I'm going to want more stats.
Like the big ones. What's it called? Big ones, for
adept big ones. Yeah. So exactly. You pair that with like, I have a hothead, for example, and it has auto loading and Vorpal weapon. I mean, sure, it's not, probably the most top thing, but you put the adept big ones on it, and then what I do in my kinetic slot is I put the Wither Horde there. So I just swap between those two, and then just pot shot with my energy weapon in between. And I have done some pretty crazy damage in raids before, and have surprised some folks with that combination. Now, like I said, I'm not saying it's the best. That's not what I'm saying at all. But
different for
it's a combination that, if you look at the weapon by itself alone on paper, sure, it doesn't look like that impressive of a hothead. But once you combine that particular perk set into a build with intention, so that, again, we come back full circle to that word intention. So I think it just depends on what you're trying to do. And I think it's really just a subject of personal opinion.
Sure.
Well, what they've done now is they've combined it too, because they've taken your adept weapon. If I've heard that correctly, correct me if I'm wrong.
Exactly.
They've taken your adept weepon, and now your adept weapon,
you can get enhanced.
You can actually get enhanced perks on that.
Right.
So that is going to be the goal. That's going to be the new golden standard, is adept weapons with enhanced perks.
Yeah, and it motivates people to get the adept weapons now, because it didn't in the past. If I can get enhanced head seeker, why would I worry about getting an enhanced pulse rifle in a GM or something? That's a poor example, but you get my point. I'm going to put the bus back in gear here and let Parody take on the next topic of the blog.
Bringing the challenge. We're bringing the challenge back. The challenge was over there. We're bringing it back now. So in the last couple seasons, you might have noticed that we brought all the other subclasses up to a 3.0 standard to meet stasis. You may have been aware. I mean, maybe you might have ignored it and gone back to Void and gone, everything else is dead to me. But, that's what happened in the rest of the game. And now we have power creep because of it. We have a more compelling RPG, but at times lower levels of challenge in the core content. And while Bungie is still trying to find that balance of, offering multiple difficulty levels and content such as the campaigns, Nightfall, secret missions, dungeons, and raids, they feel the baseline challenge in most of the content is too low. Let's say that again. The baseline challenge, not challenge to everything. The game itself is not too easy, but, walking in, you are, the immortal of the immortals. And they're like, we should make this a little bit more difficult. Like, actually give you something to do, not just stroll through your kingdom. So the first thing they're doing is looking at tuning abilities. Surprise, surprise. They're bringing the challenge back to Destiny requires a two-prong approach. First, if they just tuned up the enemies across the game, we'd start to encounter issues where combatants were frequently one-shotting players, and we would feel super spongy. Nobody wants that. As a result, even the more relaxing content would require players to conform to the most meta Guardian loadouts. Again, nobody wants that. If we were only to tune the player's efficiency, the RPG elements would start to feel like they matter less, and Destiny might start to lose sort of its essential fantasy and being this powerful battle of wizards in space. Sort of the whole lore around what this game is. So what is Bungie doing? Well, they're going to start with a player's toolkit and say, across PvE and PvP, abilities dominate. Period, full stop. They don't want to nerf that strength because they just spent a lot of time bringing that strength up and fixing the broken void strength to make it even voidier and better. So they're changing the uptime instead. So they're going to moderately increase the ability recharge time across the wide selection of abilities, as they talked about in depth in the ability tuning preview last week. And they're adjusting the amount of damage resistance granted by resilience. And they're also increasing the cost of the resilience mods from 1 to 2 for minors and 3 to 4 for majors. Basically what this means is if you play like a tier 8, so take your hundreds down to 80 today, that's sort of, more or less a taste of what you're going to have resilience wise come Nightfall, come Lightfall. I wish it wouldn't be Nightfall. Come Lightfall, not counting all the other changes they're making. But they're also going to shake up the enemy difficulty. So the level of challenge present in the current Heist Battlegrounds playlist is the model they like. So basically, the Battlegrounds we've been running in the Seraph things all season long, that's sort of where they're like, we like this. This seems to be a good difficulty knob. They're happy sort of where this level of challenge is. It's not too much. It's not too little. So what they're saying is basically, everything in the game has a difficulty knob. Some knobs they turn up, some knobs they turn down. The knobs have always been there, and sort of, depending on how evergreen they want the content to be, they'll make things harder or easier, sort of as they see fit. So they were pretty aggressive with the Season of the Seraph, and they liked the results it produced. So the base Battlegrounds playlist and Season of Defiance next season are going to use that same settings. So you can sort of expect the same sort of level of difficulty the Seraph missions gave you this season. And they're also going to carry this approach over to adjusting the same difficulty in the Vanguard Ops playlist. Because, let's be honest, if you're running strikes, it's a walk in the park. You can sleep your way through those strikes. So they're going to tune those not quite as aggressively. They don't want to make them sort of as hard as the Battlegrounds. But they are going to sort of move it up a little bit, and just try to find a happy medium, in their Bungie way of, we'll do this, we'll get feedback, we'll do this, we'll get feedback. See see sort of how hard is too hard and how hard is not hard enough. And because basically they want to make Vanguard Ops more engaging to average people and just give the rest of us a reason to ever set foot into it other than running 3 of them for a pinnacle and never looking back. So they don't want the entire game to feel like they just turn up to 11, but they want to keep the challenges fresh and help the enemy forces patrolling Neomuna feel dangerous and worth your attention. And then finally, just the power climb. There's been a lot of talk of what's going on with power. The power climb is going to be very similar to that in Witch Queen, and later in Season of the Deep, they don't plan to raise the power or pinnacle cap at all. So basically, when Witch Queen launched, our soft cap was 1500, and our pinnacle cap is 1560. Beyond Light, we went from 1200 to 1260. So here we are in Lightfall. It's going to, it's going to go up a little bit, but we're not going up that much. There's not going to be that big climb sort of as we go through the seasons. And then after that, don't plan to raise it at all. So we'll see where power goes.
Yeah, it seems
like
bringing
our challenge back.
Yeah, it seems like if you get to the max cap next season, the first season of Lightfall, you're pretty much done for the year. At least that's what it sounds like. Night Demon, what do you think?
I was just going to ask you guys. Are you happy with that? Is this something that, as players that we've kind of all played this game for a very long time, is this something that we're happy about, or do we like the constant chase of that extra little bit of power? I know it slowly over time, it hasn't really meant that much. Apart from doing trials and maybe raids like with like day one stuff.
Or Grandmasters.
Even that, they've kind of taken it away from that. You now can get into Grandmasters without being at that pinnacle power.
Right.
No, but I'm saying that was why you would chase it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beforehand, there was a lot of reasons why you chased it. I mean, a lot of it was for the prestige. I mean, going back to Destiny 1, there was a lot of prestige going from Forever 29 to 30, and it was chasing that one piece of gear that you just couldn't get. Now it's kind of just been, it's just kind of that arbitrary thing. So I was just going to ask you guys, is this something that you're looking forward to, or is this something that you're kind of going, I do kind of like it?
Yeah, 1000%. I said this 2 years ago. Remember when the seasons used to be like a 50 power level for a little bit?
Yeah.
And then they changed it to 10. I'm like, 10 is pointless. You should keep it at 50 or go to 0. But why just 10? So I think it's a really good idea. They're going to 0. They're not raising it. They'll probably play around with these just modifiers, no matter what your power level is. It's the +5 or the +20, depending on how hard it is. Maybe they won't keep this long term. But I think they needed to do this because, again, the +10 was just pointless for season to season.
Respawn, did you have something to add to that?
I did. Well, I actually wanted to ask you all a question because I felt
to my question.
I felt that there's an oxymoron. No, it answers your question too.
Okay.
I feel like there's an oxymoron because they open the statement with some people get one shot and we don't like that and we don't want that. So what are we going to do about it? We're going to make resilience meaningless and enemies more difficult. I'm like, wait, I thought you just said you don't want people getting one shot, right? And now you're talking about lowering resilience and making enemies harder. So what is that about? Did I just mishear what they said or what? You know?
Mm-hmm. Des, you have a comment? I'm passing the spoon around. Just make sure everybody gets their say.
Nothing what Respawn was talking about, but
okay.
I will say, just before that question was hijacked was a question. Also, just eliminating the power climb, I feel definitely benefits at least parts of the community, especially those that are PvP centric. Because again, in order to, people that do trials, in order to gear up for trials, you have to hit those pinnacles, you have to hit everything. But if your main goal is to trials, you can't do that there's not much that can do that before trials start. So just getting rid of the power climb from season to season, I feel really helps those people that perhaps aren't as into the PvE side. So that way, maybe they just play through the campaign, they hit their proper power, and then boom, they're pretty much good and set for every season after. So it keeps them out of the activities they may not want to play, and potentially, increases overall PvP population from that perspective. Who knows? It's a pipe dream, but
I think
it
it
might
does.
work.
It increases all the populations, to be honest. I think it kind of does go back to Destiny 1, where we were like 6 months to 8 months without kind of content. So if you'd already reached that pinnacle, you were just doing other stuff in the game. Now with Destiny 2, there's a hell of a lot more stuff in the game. So it makes sense to kind of, no matter what stage you come in the next year, you can get to that pinnacle power and you can stay at that pinnacle power. So for like us players, that we can go straight in for Lightfall, get to that pinnacle power, and then the following seasons, we're not then trying to keep that constant pinnacle power up and distracting ourselves from actually playing the game and enjoying the game that we want to do. So it's really good fun that, we could all be at the pinnacle power and we could then, instead of spending the time then chasing more pinnacle power in the following seasons, we can say, hey, do you want to go and do a raid? We are at that power level. Let's all just go into a raid. And the time that you would have spent just grinding out, you can actually spend in the game and enjoying yourself. So I see it as it's a double-edged sword for Bungie, but I see the reason why they're doing it. And I think to Respawn's question is that they're not going to make us too squishy, but they're going to adjust the way that the enemies fight against us in a way that it's more kind of, there's a bit more fight to it. You're going to have to try and win that. So it's going to feel a bit more like a Nightfall rather than it's going to feel like a Strike kind of thing.
Hazel, I think you were next. I'm just making sure everybody gets to say.
Go ahead, Respawn.
Go ahead, Respawn.
I gotcha.
Go ahead, man. Finish your point.
Oh, no, I was going to say it kind of feels like they're leaning more into that RPG aspect.
Yes.
You know, like if anybody's ever played like a Final Fantasy or whatever, as long as you're in the area that is of your level, enemies are going to have that difficulty to it. And they keep talking about wanting to be an RPG. And this feels like a step in that direction. And we've been saying for years, light level means nothing. And the fact that they're finally leaning into that is a good thing, I think.
Yeah. Hazel?
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to kind of follow up with that too and just say that, I mean, currently what they're doing is the same thing they did for Presage, if you remember.
Yeah.
Is that light did not matter at all when you went into that. And then you went in and then you were just like, you know, either it didn't feel too hard, but it didn't feel too easy either in moments.
Right.
So I'm glad to see them doing this. I mean, I think this whole like state of the game thing was they wrote it just for me because this is everything that I wanted in the game. You know, I want it to be a challenge. I don't want it to be a cakewalk.
Are you saying you're blackmailing Bungie?
No, not at all. No, it's just weird and scary that they're listening to the elitist Pinkies in the Air crew.
Maybe.
But no, I'm happy to see this. And I think, this may stop Gator's ass from being, soloing strikes just so he can get his bounties done.
That's another matter. Fluffy, what do you say, buddy?
On the PvE side, I think that they really are hitting the mark, like with the seasonal content and the way that they rolled it out this season. I'm a big fan of contest mode over throwing champions and shit at people in PvE. I think that doing stuff like that makes it much more enjoyable. So I'm looking forward to the changes that they have, and the fact that they're bringing up baseline stuff like strikes and stuff to hopefully make them all hard, because I would like to see that. As far as PvP goes, I would be super happy if they did away with light level and trials.
Yes.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it should be there. But coincidentally enough, I really miss light level and Iron Banner. I thought it was a lot of fun to have that craziness of, just like that power fantasy while playing sixes, because Iron Banner is such a chaotic mode anyways. So I actually missed that change, but otherwise I think light level can go pound sand.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Banner, it always seemed to reward the people who grinded a little bit more. I guess the same for Trials too, but I've stayed out of Trials because I'm not at Pinnacle right now. And I know it's going to hurt me that I'm at least 5 or 8 less than the Pinnacle. So, because your artifact power doesn't count in there. It's all raw score. But, yeah, I mean, I think they've already been leaning this way. When they started this season and they told you that the activity was going to be +5 higher with the battlegrounds. I think they're already flipping the switch. I think they're just going to fully flip the switch in a couple seasons. So, anything else from anybody? Last words?
Yeah, the light level in Iron Banana, right? I'm really surprised Night Demon didn't chime in, because he spent all that time purposely lowering his light level to get that Iron Burden title that he cherishes so much.
Yes.
So
2,500 kills on it.
More than that. Oh, geez.
No,
The fact that he can't show it.
No, I got to 2,500 and just stopped.
I remember you telling me.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's on the emblem. It's
really
on his
nice
emblem.
on my emblem. There's no point in going any further.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there you go. So, I mean, that would be a reason to have light level, is just to say, hey, I went in under leveled and I still smoked your team or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
When you finish the marathon, then you can stop running the marathon.
Right. Hey, Hazel, we need to record another ADMA, dude.
Haven't we done enough of these?
Yeah, I know, but we're getting feedback from our community that they're getting old, so come on. Let's just do it real quick.
All right. Do I need to run this by Laz first?
No, we're fine. Hey, everyone. We just wanted to let everyone know that if you're looking for a clan, we have a Destiny 2 clan, and we invite you all to be a part of it.
All we ask is that you join our Discord community and just enjoy playing the game. We will communicate with you there, and you'll also be assigned a special clan role as well, and a channel.
So look for the invite link in our Discord, in our GDC clan channel, or you can click the link right down there below in our show description.
Yep, our Discord community is pretty awesome, and we have hundreds of active, like-minded Destiny 2 gamers in there. Also, we have a special 100.io bot. that can put together groups or whatever you want to get done.
So hit that link, join our community at discord.gg/GuardianDowncast. And if you want to be in our clan, just let one of our mods know, and we'll open the door for you.
All right, enough of this shameless plug. That's it. Cut.
Okay, fine. Jeez. Later, Guardian.
Laz?
No, okay, I'm out. Well, speaking of which, Parody, we're moving on. What's the next topic in State of the Game, brother?
So our content, we're going to take our content, add some seasoning, we're going to enrich it. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a nice sauce. It's going to be delicious. So we've got some lovely content we're going to enrich. So, we made changes to power, made changes to pursuits. There'll be plenty of things for us to sink our teeth into. And now Bungie's looking at the way they've been trying to attack the problem of trying to squeeze one more morsel of new content into each release. Just one more new activity, one more currency, one more set of 9 things to go learn and do that you run for 3 months and then you never see again. So they're thinking maybe, just maybe, we should take the existing depth of incredible content in Destiny 2 and make it more valuable to new and returning Guardians. So maybe stop churning out all the new things and instead invest on the evergreen things they have in the game that are going to be there. Not to name names about the game mode that they did not mention once in this entire article. We won't mention that. We won't get into that today. But they did mention the Fiery Crucible. So last year, they did launch several new modes. We got Rift, Eruption, and Fortress in PvP, all in Iron Banner, but that seems to be the playground for new content these days, because they sort of forgot Crucible Labs existed a little bit. But in Season of Defiance, when Lightfall drops, they're adding Countdown back into the game, and a version of Countdown Rush, a respawn variant, not that one, where players must detonate and defuse both bombs on the map before the round ends. And because I know Night Demon in his brain is going, Parody, what's Countdown? You may know it as Search and Destroy. It's another game we can't quite put our finger on, but there are 2 bomb sites where a team is made up of attackers and defenders. The attackers need to plant a bomb. The defenders need to not let them set up the bomb. That's it. And the respawn variety will be quicker and faster and have revives, and they're going to play around with it. They also did remember Crucible Labs exists, and they're going to run another series of things tentatively called Checkmate Control, which will require your smarts and skills, where they're going to adjust things like the weapon damage, your ability uptime, and ammo. They're also sticking to their Crucible Maps plan of having 1 new map and 2 old returning maps come back to the game. So Meltdown will be coming with the Season of the Deep, the new Vex Network map in Season 22, and the return of Citadel in our last season before the final shape. So Meltdown and Citadel return, and the new Vex Network map is in Season 22, smushed in the middle like a delicious sandwich. Matchmaking is still a work in progress. They don't quite feel they have the trade-off between fair matches and good connections, and they would really like to get the dynamic skill range in the game to allow for all players of skill levels to get consistently both high-quality connections and, good quality opponents. And they also want to look at lobby balancing, just trying to actually, balance lobbies versus turning it into whoever has the best player on their team wins out of the group of 12. They're also, working on upgrading the meta systems to encourage more people to play PvP, give people a reason to go in there, other than getting drugged in through Iron Banner and then never setting foot in there again. So they're thinking of this like the Iron Banner So think of this like the Iron Banner revamp. Our recent increases to the Iron Banner reputation and commitment to having 3 Iron Banners this season. That should make Night Demon happy. And we should be getting 3 Iron Banners through all of Lightfall if they have their way. And they're also looking at the rewards and matchmaking structures of Trials and trying to push more updates to that mode for this year of Lightfall in order to basically, keep people playing Trials. Competitive, they mentioned, long enough to say they want to increase the speed which players can climb the rank. And you sort of have it put them at the rank where they need to be, not too high, not too low, and just make sure it's clear when you lose or win rank points, what you did to earn or lose those rank points. We're getting an exotic mission rotator. So all those lovely exotic missions, that we moan about them going, oh, this was a lovely mission. I really enjoyed Presage. I really enjoyed Operation Seraph Shield. And now it's gone forever. Oh, I missed it that season. I couldn't play, or I'd like it to come back. Well, guess what? It's coming back. So in Season 22, so not with a drop of Lightfall, but 2 seasons in, it's going to come back with the exotic missions from Season 13, 16, and 19, which is Presage, Vox Obscura, and this season's Operation Seraph Shield. And with that framework implemented, they hope to expand that in the future and bring more exotic missions back, rotator style, like they do the raids and the dungeons, raids and dungeons today. And another thing they want to touch is, strikes. So Gator can't just, solo his way through strikes for bounties. They want to touch PvE and touch the strikes.
Whoa,
First off, oh yeah, Tom told me exactly. He said, Gator, we need to look at Lake of Shadows and the Arms Dealer strike, because both of these activities have had their objectives and encounters reimagined and upgraded to match the current engagement levels, such as so it's looking at Light Blade and Proving Ground sort of as the model for that. They're also looking at taking Exodus Crash and the Inverted Spire sort of not out of rotation, but sort of, turning it down so you should see it less often. So it'll still be in the Vanguard Op playlist, but you should see it less often, and they're being taken out of the Nightfall rotations. Now, the 3 strikes will still be available to directly launch, but you won't see them nearly as often, and they won't be the Grandmasters or Nightfalls. But they are instead going to upgrade Battlegrounds to integrate with Vanguard Ops. So with Lightfall, Season 16 and 19 Battlegrounds, the ones from the War Table and the current ones, are coming to the Vanguard Ops playlist, because they really like the fast enemy-filled chaos of Battlegrounds, so they're also adding a selection of Battlegrounds as Nightfalls. So your Mars Heist Battleground is going to be part of your Nightfall rotation in Season of Defiance. And then the first Season of Defiance will also have the first Nightfall rotation, where 4 out of the 6 Nightfalls will be new or refreshed content coming to the GMs for the first time. And also, your match game goes away. So that should help address some of the complaints of, why am I doing the same GMs for the same things over and over again? And then finally, looking out further into Lightfall, they want to look at pushing more rewards into the ritual content and more options to engage with the ritual content, moving the initial source of obtaining exotic armor away from Lost Sectors and back into the core ritual playlist. That's exciting. No more asking players to earn all 3 ritual pursuit ornaments in seasonal challenges. They know nobody earns the Gambit ones anyway. And allowing players to earn more new rewards and complete their weekly challenges by playing content of their choice, not just the newest seasonal activity playlist. So that is how we've enriched all of the content. Give us all of the thoughts.
Yeah, let's hear it. Who has thoughts on this? I see Night Demon. Night Demon, what's up?
I want Gator to go first, because this is hitting him right in his home right here.
I mean,
go on.
I had mixed feelings on this. I love that they're bringing Battlegrounds into the Nightfalls. That'll shake things up a little bit. Trying to get that. Well, I don't know if they're going to put in the Grandmasters. Did they say Grandmasters too?
Well, if it's going in Nightfalls, it's going to be Grandmaster.
It'll be a Grandmaster, so that'll create more things to do in the Conqueror Seal, right? I mean, you go ahead first, Night Demon. Let me think about this.
No,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm directing the
you.
train here. It's a lot of stuff I'm looking at right now.
I do agree with you that it's nice to actually get, instead of the same 6 Nightfalls that we get like one season and then we get a different set the next season, then we go back to the other set, maybe 1 or 2 different, and then go back again. It's like, I think a lot of people have asked for the Battlegrounds to come into Nightfall rotations because they're there. You've made that content. It's in the game. Why not include it? You spent a lot of time and effort making it. And I think some of the times it's the same with the exotic missions. They spent a lot of time and effort building these into a season. And then, like we're finding with Operation Seraph Shield, I mean, we kind of knew it, that it was coming at the end of at the end of Witch Queen in season 19. But I don't think we truly knew it was going to go away until they actually went, oh yes, it is going to go away because we clean out the helm every year. It's like, well, that is such a shame because you make these exotic missions and we want to continue to play them, even though if we've got the exotic, it doesn't matter. You know, there's still some fun in there. So yeah, it's, I'm a bit disappointed. I mean, I always say, you know, I take the mickey out of Parody for his Gambit addiction. Yeah, his Gambit addiction. But I am a bit disappointed that they didn't even address it to say it's something that you're going to, just a little line just saying that it's something that we're going to have to look at more deeply
Right.
and get people, get more feedback on it, because it's a game mode that is there, and it's one of the core pillars, which is a shame. It was marketed as one of the core pillars of Destiny 2. We've got Gambit, we've got Strikes, and we've got Crucible. And yeah, that's just a shame that they haven't kind of addressed that. And the two maps, I'm not 100% sure, because they're just the maps that we've already had in Destiny 2. It's not like they're Destiny 1 maps that they've reprised. It's Destiny 2 maps.
Yeah,
Citadel
exactly.
is the one that was on the Dreaming City, which was quite a large map, isn't it? So you have that huge outside area with the dome that you can kind of capture B in, and then you've got the inner area, and then behind that you've got the caves. So there's like 3 routes that you could run. And the other one was the Mars map, where it had
was it Meltdown? Oh, it's one.
Meltdown, yeah. That was the Mars map.
I like
with
that. I quite like that map.
Yeah.
But I hated Citadel. It was a bottleneck map. It was a bottleneck map.
I don't know what they've done to kind of change that. Yeah,
I'm curious though, because that map was broken sometimes. Making sure everyone has their say here. Des, I think we want to chime in.
Initial thoughts and reactions to everything that has been said. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Exotic missions coming back.
I like that.
Yes. Please. I would freaking rerun Presage just to
Isn't that kind of their best content? I mean, those little side missions like that, those special missions?
It usually is, yes. Be surprised. I've fallen in love with practically all of them. When Whisper came out, some people, or certain individuals not platform capable, let's say, may not have enjoyed it. I'm not saying I'm the best platformer in all of Destiny, but by God, just the movement tech you had to really use just to get through was just fantastic, and it caused you to think differently about the environment. Presage was almost a mini horror game in Destiny. I absolutely loved the environment and the feel of it.
Damn timer. Damn timer.
Presage is a mission I felt so strongly about. I worked on it until I sold it.
Oh, I love Presage. I was talking about Whisper. You mentioned Whisper. God, that damn timer, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was awful, but I mean,
made you boogie.
True, and it was probably the best use of Risk Runner.
Yeah.
Arc SMG. Yeah.
Well, at the end, you had to clean stuff out quickly, or otherwise you run out of time.
Yeah, but the taken jets were actually arc damage, so Risk Runner would actually get unlimited ammo and extra damage in the last room. Yeah. So that was a fantastic early strat.
I can remember every room, and that's how good content that was,
Yeah, and like I said, they're all usually fantastic and different. Even Vox Obscura, I love the tank section. It's all fantastic. So just the fact that we're, oh my God, the name escapes me because I'm dumb. I think it was 19, yes. Mentioned there's people or somebody sorry, but there's people that run those missions without reward, just because of how fun they are, and bringing Battlegrounds into Strike Playlist. I mean, sure, it's seasonal content, and they told seasonal content will go away, but these Battlegrounds, they did it with the first wave of Battlegrounds. They just fit, just that different pacing, just that slightly different pacing within the same, strike time limit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they made one of them a strike. They made one of them a strike.
Yeah.
So.
And yeah, so I just love the fact that they're adding more Battlegrounds to make the Strike playlist, the Vanguard Ops playlist, just feel capable of feeling different from, bit to bit. Again,
I got you.
With Crucible, the human element will always make almost every game feel a little different because not everyone, exactly. Because even if you're able to predict people, you're not able to perfectly predict people every single time. So you're always getting surprised. You're always learning things. So giving that capability of randomness into the Vanguard Ops playlist is just that, and the difficulty will probably breathe, hopefully, a new life into that playlist.
Right. All right, Hazel.
Damn, man. Ouch.
I mean, Hazel, it's your turn next.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that sounds good. All right. I'll take that second one.
I'll edit that out.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you will. Okay. So yeah, I mean, again, something else targeted just at like players like myself, exotic mission rotator. And Des, did you notice with this framework implemented, we hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring back some of Destiny 2's most classic missions back into the fold, i.e. like 0 Hour and Whisper. I can't wait.
Right. They will be fantastic because they still haven't implemented, or have they implemented Outbreak's Catalyst without the mission? Yeah.
I think it'll drop.
Oh, they have?
Yeah, it's already out there.
Okay. I wasn't entirely sure because I remember them. Okay, so yeah, never mind. Because I figured if they're going to do that, they wouldn't need to. But yeah, whatever.
You know what I would love to see them do too? I'm sorry to say this, so I'll say this now, and anybody who listens to this, I would say do this now. I hope they take the exotic weapons from Xur and they put them back into the rotator. Yeah, just think about that. Are you
talking about DMT and Hawkmoon or all of them?
Oh yeah, Hawkmoon too. I forgot about that one. Yeah,
the Hawkmoon mission.
Take that one out too. And I think Outbreak is in there too. I believe.
Yeah, Outbreak was a 0 Hour.
Yeah. So, I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, that's pinky in the air, elitist Hazel talking right there. So,
I think you are right, Hazel. I think where they said, I think it was a couple of weeks back, they said that they were going to put the DMT and the Hawkmoon back in the games and make them craftable. Do you remember this? They did say that it was going to be something that, so obviously if they're putting those missions back into the game, that would be the place that you would go and get those things crafted.
That just sounds amazing to me.
Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic.
So it's not just the missions come back, it's the missions come back and there's a reason for you to go in there and play it.
Yeah. I'm kind of on the fence with them being craftable, but yeah.
Are you sure you're not just looking at some of these through rose-colored glasses, right? Because I remember these, right? And they're not bad. I'm not saying that they were bad, but usually you had a carrot at the end of the stick, right? You had an exotic, or you had an exotic reroll, or you had something that you were trying to get, right? So that's what made them good, is because you knew at the end of this event you were going to get an exotic something or other, or you had the chance to get an exotic, right? Mm-hmm. And aside from that, I mean, are we remembering these correctly? Were they really that much fun?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up my dungeon report right now for you.
They were
memorable.
And about the platforms, we're talking about people that are going to be platform inclined or not so platform inclined, right? Coming in the season that all this is going to happen, we're going to be Spider-Manning across these huge crevices, True. So who needs to worry about platforms when you just tether across the caverns,
Well, actually, no, that would actually make some Whisper a little easier, but I will say, by the time, as far as the carrot on the stick goes, by the time I had done, because I think some of my first 3 or 4 drops of DMT were pretty much everything I needed with stuff like 4th Time's the Charm, Vorpal, whatever else. There's a third one, I forget. I had gotten those very early, so my want of soloing that mission came purely for my love of that mission than any carrot that Bungie provided. That carrot was gone already.
Exactly. It was that intrinsic thing that you put on yourself to do, because
you just wanted to see the hunter hung in vines at the end. I know you.
I main hunter. I've main hunter since D1 beta. So
fair enough.
Fluffy, do you have something you want to say?
So I just want to give my perspective from someone who, when those missions were out there and available, that was way before I got into hard PvE content. That was before Grandmasters for me. I never really messed with Nightfalls at all. Like, those were seasons that those came out. I was basically doing raids with my raid team and playing PvP and literally not touching story, not doing anything else PvP or PvE besides raids. But both of those missions, my raid team buddies, carried me through those missions, and they're like super stressful, but in a good way. And so, as someone who wasn't even big into PvE at that time, like, I don't think it's just rose-colored glasses. I do think that there's something to be said about their approach to it, and like, you know, that damn bot that chases you around, with the hallways being blocked and trying to like slide into a little cubby, you know, like
stressful, man.
Yeah, like literally
Trevor, yeah.
Yeah,
yo, he's legit scared, like giving me jump scares more than once. Dude.
Yeah.
I remember that. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'm a little bit more on board now. I forgot about Trevor. Okay,
That was fun.
I'm getting on the train now.
All right. Hazel had one more thing he wanted to say.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I guess, pour out a little liquor for Crucible because y'all are getting screwed.
I was going to say that.
A little bit.
You beat me to it, damn it.
I love you though. But yeah, Crucible, I don't know. I think they're one step away from gambiting Crucible. I don't know.
Okay, you wanted my thoughts. So, Kingsley, go ahead, man.
Yeah. Real quick on the Crucible thing, I figured it'd be a good time to pop this in. Bungie, if you don't get Crucible in a good state by middle to end of this year, you might as well give up. There's only one more year left. And has it ever really been in a state where people have been happy? I'm always hearing complaints about Crucible. There's never enough maps, all these things.
Sorry.
And I'm really worried for you people like Crucible. I just don't know if we'll ever get there.
Left? What are you going on about?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Destiny Forever. It's only Light and Dark Saga that's disappearing. What are you talking about?
The 1 year after that, Final Shape.
Yeah, and then we get more Destiny after that.
It's probably going to be a different game, so...
I didn't even sign the long-term lease. He's in here until the heat death of the universe.
We didn't sign the lease. He sold his
I'm
soul.
here
Okay,
until
even
the last
if
player
Destiny
puts the
does
game
go on
down.
for 10 more years, they still need to get it in place this year. They've had long enough time. Okay, that's all. Sorry.
What would you do? I want to know, what would you do to put it in its place?
Action Sack playlist from Halo. Destiny has been a silly game. Lean into the silliness.
Right.
Give us silliness. It's never going to be an esports competitive PvP pro gamer shooter. It never is going to be that.
No,
So
but let's
lean
face
into
it,
the
that's what it
silliness.
started out trying to be, didn't it?
Right.
They had tournaments. It was 4v4.
Oh, totally.
It was aimed at that, and I think that was the Activision influence of that. We want to make this an esports game. We want to compete in those arenas, and then Bungie had to suddenly backtrack and go, "Oh, we're now going to do this independently. We don't want to do that. We just want to build it for the players. We want, the space fantasies, and we're going to have to do it like this." And then that's kind of, as we've learned over the years, that they've had to they've taken people out of the teams. A lot of people have left. A lot of new people have come in, and it's getting to the point where they've had to kind of just rebuild it from the ground up, like they keep saying. Yeah. And I think that's the problem, is that it takes time. Whereas before they were working on Destiny 2 for the majority of Destiny 1, and they got to that stage and we got it, and we were like, nah, this isn't what you kind of promised.
Daz, you have something real quick?
Mayhaps. I don't know. I still have I still feel like Crucible can be easy for them to fix.
But how? I want to hear your opinion on how. Like, what would you change? You're a dev at Bungie. What would you change?
Oh, I've got words.
For one, I'm not a dev. For two, I don't have that kind of knowledge. For three, can I finish speaking? Thank you. But I don't know. This is like entirely the aspects that they're working on in Destiny tends to be the aspects that other games like Destiny that have come out have failed miserably and have died to. Constant engaging PvE content has been things Division almost died over. God, what was that other game? With the mech suits?
Anthem.
Anthem, thank you. Anthem struggled and eventually died for. I mean, there's not really a Destiny-esque service as a game. Avengers. Mm-hmm. If it's not dead, it's dying.
It's almost dead.
It's dead.
I mean, it might as well be. I haven't heard anything about that freaking game. But no, I mean, everything that serves as a game, that where they have failed are the things that Bungie are focusing on and have been focusing on for a very long time. And they still don't quite. They're still not quite there. But, I mean, on the opposite side, look at what's still succeeding, like in PvP games. Call of Duty still succeeds.
Mhm.
Still there. It's still kicking. Battlefield, despite what some people may think, it might still be kicking. It might be on a downtrend, but it's still kicking. I mean, good Lord, Call of Duty has went through how many downtrends?
Mhm.
It's still kicking. I feel like just because of the nature of that, it's an easier fix, and it's something that they could focus on and they could fix. Just, I don't know, yeah, the harder work seems to be on getting exactly what they want from the PvE service.
Mhm.
Right, I feel.
Okay. Well, Call of Duty, I've got words on that, but I don't want to be here forever. I'll have to mention that on another show, but I'll just say that people know what they get with Call of Duty. It's very consistent, and there's a reason why they keep it consistent, because that's why people play it. Okay. Fiery Crucible. I don't see anything in here about Crucible I get excited about. I'm going to speak for Fluffy here because we've been playing comp. By the way, Fluffy and I just got our glorious title. Congrats, Fluffy. I got mine last night. He got his this morning. Awesome. Warcry's on his way. He's in gold. But competitive is a mess. We were playing competitive this whole season. And for the longest time, the way they were selling competitive Crucible is that it was ladder based. You're going to play other people in gold or some kind of configuration based on who's in your party, like an average or something. No, it's straight up skill based matchmaking. What are we doing here, Bungie? There's nothing different about this. This is, they've gone down a peg in competitive. I'm not going to belabor this point, but this is all lip service to me. We're going to make a player versus player matchmaking better. We got some new modes coming out. Checkmate control. All right. I'm open to look at that. Exotic mission rotator. I'm in. I love those stories. As long as there's something at the end of the road that's going to be worth getting, like maybe a guaranteed exotic of something, maybe I'm on that. Strikes are DOA. No one cares about strikes anymore. And yeah, they're throwing some battlegrounds in there. I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough. So that's my opinion on the enriching the content segment of this state of the game.
What the
Let
shit
me
are you talking
speak
about?
real quick.
Sorry.
On,
Go ahead, Fluffy.
Sorry. On PvP, just because, it's something that I play a lot. Like, I'm 24 resets into Shacks this season, so I log my time in PvP. I think we need to give credit to some good that they've done, which is the weapons balancing. Like, you can go into Crucible with so many weapons.
The sandbox is great.
Yeah, I've seen Warcry go in with us with a pulse rifle and an auto rifle, and dude slays out.
He does.
And he's playing PC lobbies with me, and he's on a PlayStation. And
I'm on controller as well.
So, like, I definitely think that in that sense it is better. But yeah, I agree. Like, comp is bullshit because it's not a ranked based.
It's not
like ladder. It's a win based ladder, and that win based ladder is messed with because Bungie wants you to only win 50% of the time.
It's so frustrating.
You are going to get matched up against harder opponents when you win too often. I mean, we saw that shit last night when we were playing.
Yeah, and I'm like, there's no way those guys are in gold like us. There's no way. And then you and Warcry chimed in and said, well, that's because it's skill based. You're getting that 50% win loss rate. I'm like, okay, so they're going to throw us one of these crap games where it's not even close, like every 50%. Why am I even playing? You know, I don't even know how good I am because they have this some fixed 50% win loss rate built into it. I don't know. I'm not going to believe that.
No, I think more maps would definitely be helpful. I think a big pain point is maps because everyone knows the maps that we have, and we've been playing them for so long. And if you're someone like me who likes trials, like you play the same map like 100 or 200 times on a weekend, like you know how to play it. Like you need that variety.
Yeah.
So there's potentials and things that they can do to make it better, but it is definitely better than it has been.
I'll give you that, Fluffy, because
I'll give them that.
You can bring just about anything in the Crucible right now, and at least if you're halfway skilled with your shot, you can still make it work. But if compared to past times, I mean, my God, I remember the days where, what was it, that 140 hand cannon, I can't remember the name of it, had the Geez. It's hard to remember stuff when you're doing stuff live, but it was one of those hand cannons.
Luna's Howl and Not Forgotten.
Yes, thank you. Luna's Howl, it would kick my ass every time. I could never get away quick enough. That thing killed so fast. And if you didn't have that, you were screwed. But all right. Night Demon, anything finishing for we move on?
I've got a question for you and Fluffy, basically. Are you guys looking at this from the perspective of, do you play, it sounds like you play a lot of Crucible and you're coming at this is your game mode, this is your baby. You want to see more from Bungie at giving you guys that spend your time in Crucible. Whereas I think Bungie are kind of looking at it from the perspective of the casual players that go in and just have fun and enjoy it. Like I haven't seen anything this year that I haven't enjoyed in Crucible. I've enjoyed my Iron Banners. I've enjoyed going and playing Crucible. I haven't got the same amount of resets that Fluffy's got, but I've got a considerable amount on my Crucible, and I've played a little bit of comp. I mean, just this season, it's been a bit of fun. They've been around my skill level, but I'm seeing it from a different perspective from where, as much as I played Crucible.
Well, I mean,
I think that's the problem, isn't it? Is that where you see players that constantly spend their time in those playlists,
right?
That it's a little bit different, isn't it? And it's harder to kind of get that opinion across to the casual players. And I think that's what Bungie struggles with, is the casual players against the hardcore.
I think honestly, and I may be wrong here, but I really think that the core Crucible developer part of Bungie is working on a multiplayer game after the last shape. I think it's coming. And I think they have maybe a shell of a team. No offense to Bungie, but I think they have a shell of a team just keeping it alive right now. And I don't mean to be so blue about Crucible, because me and Fluffy, we'll both attest, we've had some great games, man, where it was a lot of fun playing comp. But just the process of getting to platinum was just frustrating. It felt like I was beating my head against the wall.
Yeah, but is that
when you're good though? When you're on a good tear, when you're on a good streak, it is the best. Dude, the first 2 hours last night playing, like when Spooks and I were playing before the show, like if you are with your friends and doing well, it is so much fun.
It is, and it's all about the company too. That makes a big difference.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like the game mode is fun. It just sounds like you're having fun with your friends.
It's the evergreen content, man. It's what
absolutely.
Bungie will always have this content, but I think they know that it's evergreen. It's not going to really change, and people are still going to play it. Native, you haven't said a lot tonight. What's your opinion on this, man?
So on this one, like what I gotta say is, like, I think it's more about the challenge, not just like of course playing with friends is great, but it's about the challenge that like what you put yourself against, and I think that's what I enjoy the most out of comp. So me, Metapaz, and Killer Monkey. Like we all played prior to the podcast, and both of us were in placements for I think it was Adept, whatever's after Platinum. We're about to go to the next one, but it was amazing, and we just had so much fun, and like we were just having a good time together, and like we lost some, won some, lost some, won some, but it was all about the grind, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't like remember, is the grind of a legit MMO, and I think that is what the one thing that we don't remember. And I think that's the one thing that we need to go back to, is the grind of an MMO.
Okay.
No. God, no.
So you're talking about like prestiging, like in Call of Duty, you climb all the way up the ladder, start over, then climb again and start over, something like that?
Like 10 times.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
In the Call of Duty thing, yeah, of course. I mean, how good was it when you hit that prestige? Right. Like right now, after you hit
when I was
platinum
10 prestige and you got the gold border with the skull, absolutely.
Yeah, like right now in Destiny, like once you hit that platinum and you get your glorious title, which is stupid easy, I feel, to attain. Like, what's next? There's nothing. There's no rewards, no nothing.
That's
like
true.
Another rose, I guess, if you want it.
Yeah.
And I'm not
once a week.
Yeah. It's just, there's nothing there to sit there and entice you to continue to grind. They need to add the cosmetic. They need to add some kind of like emblem or something like that.
Well, see, that's this thing, Native. I thought they were going to do that next season, but they haven't mentioned anything about cosmetics.
Yeah, I know.
I thought they were going to do that next
terrible.
season.
Yes,
they were going to let everyone just jump in and water's fine. Jump in and do that. And then next season, they're going to throw all the cool emblems and stuff.
Even something just simple next to your name.
Yeah,
like just in the competitive realm.
Right.
It doesn't have to be like, something that you carry around everywhere with you if you're doing strikes around like that. Like just in the competitive realm, something that just shows like what you've accomplished. I feel like that is that's something worth grinding.
Well,
I came up. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I know I see Sweaty Spooks wanted to say something here too. I'm just looking at the clock, guys. I want to make sure Parody can get through the state of the game, and I know Night Demon's on the clock. So, real quick, Sweaty Spooks, did you have something you want to mention? I know that's right up your alley.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the topic of Crucible, just to backpack a little bit off of Fluffy, and even just a little bit off of what Raider was saying, I spend most of my time in Crucible, so my perspective is a little bit different than what I've been hearing from like you folks, for example. So whenever I'm in PvP, it isn't so much so that I'm focused on how big of a number can I produce. That is not my motivation whenever I'm in there. For me, it's about the journey and not the destination. But what does that mean? Well, it's an improvement mindset on individual performance and playing with intention. It is my personal opinion that stats are not a reflection of skill, but rather a reflection of time invested in the footprint of how those events went. I'm of the personal opinion that skill is an individual's ability to resolve a problem quickly and efficiently with as little information as possible. What do I mean by that? You can have somebody who has very low numbers, doesn't play very often, but go into trials and slay. But then in that same match, you can have somebody who has 3,000 hours invested, goes into trials and gets stomped. So the numbers are irrelevant when it comes to PvP. Of course, we want a big number. That is a part of the dopamine drive, of course. But of course, there's the aspect that we had mentioned after the fact of loot incentive. So in season 19, we had the comp rework, and that was newly introduced. And we know that the Bungie way is we want to be able to watch it first and get some data collection, so that way we can implement it. And of course, we're looking at season 20 coming with a new big expansion. So the other thing to consider, how often is it that Bungie hasn't given us a little peek behind the curtain? If they haven't given us any peek behind the curtain, they must have their cards close. I think it does come back full circle to something that was mentioned earlier. I think it was Fluffy who had said, but actually it was Kingsley. They got to nail it because like I said, they're just keeping their cards close. We don't really know. We don't have the expectations. They haven't said anything.
Right.
But that being said, it kind of it begs the question. So what do they have? They've given us a little peek at this point in terms of some of the imagery and the artwork and the trailers and those aspects. But really, I think the best is yet to be seen. And, we'll of course be coming back to this conversation.
Oh yeah. This is a conversation that can go on for a while. That's why I was afraid to mention something about it, as I know a lot of our PvP-ness people in here would, a lot of our PvP players in here, I know would want to chime in because we all have strong opinions on PvP. And let me just say this, getting my glorious title, I only played 3 hours a week. I played every Tuesday night with Fluffy and Warcry. So in the grand scheme of things, that really probably wasn't a lot of work. So we'll leave it at that. Parody, I think we have one more topic on the state of the game to cover. I'm putting it back in first gear. Let's go.
And the only thing I want to say about all this conversation is all the things you all want in PvP, that goes triple for that game type, which we're not even going to mention because it's not even in this article. But we will mention in the article something maybe to show what you've done or to, let people know what you're up to. Maybe a commendation, perhaps, because we're trying to connect our guardians.
Yes.
We're to take our guardians, put them next to other guardians, make them hold hands, a little slow dance in the Crucible. It's perfect. So commendations are an icebreaker. A simple way to say, thank you, I appreciate you. We had a good run. With the commendation system, those with the highest level of guardian ranks will have proven to folks that they are constantly appreciated by others of the community. Sometimes it's because they're doing all the heavy lifting when organizing a large group of players, like tonight. Sometimes it's because they're the kind of people comfortable with speaking up and are always doing what they need to get done and help the group overcome that final obstacle in front of them. Also, Bungie wants us to talk to each other. It turns out, if you're playing with people, maybe you want to talk to them. Maybe a little text chat, maybe a little textual communication. They like the text chat because it's sort of a nice balance of retaining some anonymity and you can still have some communication going. This does not mean text chat will become required for Destiny 2. Not a requirement. They're still going to build a way where you can turn it off entirely and pretend it doesn't even exist. You will never be automatically added to a social text chat. It's just there as an option. And they also plan to build in things like, letting you leave text chat strings if things get out of hand, or, if you're getting abuse or whatever, building some more controls and just making that whole system more robust. And then finally, the last piece that's going to be a little further down into the future is the Fireteam Finder. We have the 100 IO bot for Fireteam. We have LFG and, everywhere these days. But, Destiny is building their own LFG friend finder Fireteam Finder into the game. They were hoping to launch it in 2 seasons out with the new raid, but they're going to launch it 3 seasons out with the new dungeon. So basically they're saying it's getting close to done, but they understand if they're going to launch this thing, it has to be really good. It has to be something where they want you to be able to queue up from anywhere in the game, to tag your post with keywords, just look at what kind of group you're running for. Either let people just pop it and say, hey, join me automatically, we're going to go run some strikes, or say, I want to approve or deny each person because I'm looking to get, my 6 hunters together of the same subclass to go do a challenge, or I need this exact group of people. Let me find that mix of characters. So they're looking to push it out in, I think, season 22, 23, and that's it. That's all Joe Blackburn has for us. Those are our 4 big pillars of the state of the game and what we can expect in Lightfall, which is fast approaching. And I'm just waiting for the giant Gambit rework that they're just quietly going to launch on us. I mean, Strand, it's Green, it's all Gambit. All Gambit all the way down.
There's nothing mentioned about Gambit. I was more a little worried. But Kingsley, what do you think, man? What do you think about this?
Oh, I don't have anything else to more say about this. I'm just ready when you're ready for the next topic.
Well, I like the accommodation. I'm just curious if there's going to be accommodation farming. We're gamers, man. We're going to figure out the most accessible way to get this done. The thing that has the least resistance. We're always going to find that way of getting it done. And I'm just wondering how valuable this is going to be, this accommodation system. But, no, that's all I had to say on it. I don't like the opt-in chat because I'll just switch it to opt-out every time.
Well, Gator, not everybody's as antisocial as you.
I am antisocial.
I'm just saying that.
I am antisocial.
I mean, do you need to toke up or something? Because you're pretty negative tonight,
I know.
man.
You know what it was? I listened to another podcast before, during the day today.
Can I say what one it might be?
No, I'm not going to mention
Just
it.
Just kidding.
But they were so negative. I was like, oh my God, I don't even want to play now. But I'm just.
You know what? I think I listened to the same podcast.
I think I know the one we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
I was
you have to mention it.
I was put in a bad mood.
I want to hear it. I want to hear this because I'm like me.
You brought it up.
I'm like rainbows and sunshine over here. I'm like the future's fucking bright. Let's go.
Someone who got an early look at the Lightfall really kind of shit on it, and I was like, wow, what a buzzkill.
Yeah, but he's coming from the perspective as a professional reviewer,
exactly,
and not just as a Destiny player.
That's not always the case. A lot of reviewers like Witch Queen.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand. Is that
it's Tassie.
Witch Queen got?
It's not Tassie. It's not
won
Tassie.
an award, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, it won't matter till we get more reviewers. It's the overall
He got an early look at the Lightfall, some of the first missions and stuff, and he was underwhelmed. So
yeah, that's what Tassie said too.
No, I know, but it's not.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, Tassie said the same thing, but the thing was that it was just how it was put together. It wasn't the content.
And they only got an early look too, just a small peek too.
Yeah. Tassie just said that the content wasn't there. I mean, the content was there, but just how it was presented wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, Tassie, who actually takes what he says seriously? You know, when was the last time he was right about anything in the game?
He's gotten a lot better, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's
I'm not
I
saying
certainly care about the aggregate of like what multiple people say, and if
true.
so, if it's two so far, the only ones that have seen it,
Hey, I don't
that's
ever
a little
look
concerning. But then we'll see.
I don't ever look at movie critics. I never look at their scores. I always look at the audience. So that's what really matters. Is what
Exactly.
Okay.
Wait. But aren't you the person that literally cites off like critic scores whenever you?
I do for reference. No, I do.
He only does it when it benefits him. Okay, don't bring that up.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't listen to reviews. I don't listen to reviews. But this movie has only a 50% on Rotten Tomatoes, so so whatever. It's like wait.
No,
He said he does listen to the people, and Rotten Tomatoes gives you the people's opinions too.
It does. That's what I look at.
Yeah.
But I do list the critics because sometimes you'll have like I looked at a movie tonight. It had a 20% critic score, but then the audience said 76%. And it may be a Marvel movie that's coming out very soon, if not already out now. So I'm like, they don't like Marvel movies. I got to discount their score and go with what the audience thinks because that's the people I want to hear from. Anyway, moving on.
Hey y'all, this is Sin from the Guardian Hub Podcast, the best hub on the net, and you're listening to the Guardian Downcast, the best cast on the net.
Yeah, I'll Venmo you that later. I'm flipping the tape over right now. I've got the bus in second gear now. I'm going to pass the wooden spoon over to Kingsley Mack, and we're going to talk about the Vidoc that came out this week. So, Kingsley, take it away, man.
All right. This will be a shorter segment because there's no big script that goes with this, but it'll give us a lot more time to talk at the end, what we all think. So I'll just kind of go over the points here. And I really kind of watched it a few times. The first time I watched it, I was a little preoccupied. It was earlier in the morning and checking over some emails at the same time and stuff like that. And it was really good. Don't get me wrong. But then I watched one or two videos. I watched a Bife video and then I rewatched it again, caught so many more things. So hopefully some of these points will be interesting to you all. Okay. So we know that the fleet, the ships are coming in. What it seems like is the Witness is winning some kind of battle here. Okay. We don't know exactly everything that's going to happen, but it seems to be that at least we are losing some aspect of Earth and EDZ. It seems like Callus, there's a picture of also one of the pyramids is now on the EDZ, kind of like the one we see, in the Throne World for the raid. And that goes along with what they were showing us too with the seasonal side of the story. We have the expansion and then we also have the season part. And they said that we're rescuing people. We're fighting this battle on Earth. So it really seems to be in some aspect, obviously, that the Witness has done something with the fleet and Callus. Of course, Callus is a disciple of the Witness now. And the Earth is in danger and we're trying to fight for it back or something. Yeah, we saw Callus as a disciple of the Witness. It's really interesting. He seems to be like in some big, not coffin, but some box or something that they bring forward. And like he's been reshaped. He can actually you think of him as like this big jelly thing, but he can actually walk around. He looks like somewhat trim for a large cabal. And it even says basically, my new state matches my inner beauty. And you see him in all this cool looking armor. And so the implication there is that, as a disciple of the Witness now, maybe his body was somewhat changed or whatever. He has this ship called the Typhon Imperator. That's that big Callus ship with the picture of Callus's head on the back or the front or whatever you want to call that. Let's not get into that argument. And, that ship is, you see in the cutscene, it's with all the pyramid ships, but then also you see it you're going to see it as part of the area in the Lightfall campaign in the Seat of Neomuna. As an area, they even said you can go on the ship and explore it. So this Neomuna is like this huge, huge area, of course, like any new area we get when we have a good Destiny expansion DLC. There's going to be areas from they said beach areas with like diamond sand that's blowing around to like the city area, to like the area where Callus's ship is. Gator will love this. There's an arcade lost sector with arcade machines in there.
Oh yeah, I saw it. My favorite lost sector now.
Yep. There's a puka pond area. We'll know more about that later. And a lot of cool areas. All right. They also showed us more information about the grapple with Strand. And they told us that it is taking a grenade slot. And at first it's like, oh man, but it makes sense. Here's what's cool about it. So I don't know if that means like we can put a different grenade in when we're doing our Strand subclass instead of the grapple. But what we do know is when we want to do the grapple, it takes a grenade slot. But think of it this way. The way they described it is, think of your body as being the grenade. What you're going to do is you throw the grapple out. You can either, of course, grapple to midair or some object, but you can also grapple to enemies. So when you use it, you throw it on an enemy, then that actually stuns the enemy, and then you finish with yeeting your body over. You grapple your body over, and you do a little melee damage when you hit the enemy. So your whole body's like becoming a grenade that jumps into the enemy. So I actually think that's pretty cool once I really realized all that, even though it's taking a grenade slot. Okay, a couple more things here, and I want to hear everyone's thoughts. We learned about the Cloud Striders. There's Rohan and Nimbus. Nimbus is the rookie one, and they're like these really cool fighters and defenders of the city. Although, what have they been defending, though? Because no one knew about this place. Maybe it's internal strife and factions, but
I know the answer to that, Kingsley.
What's that?
I know the answer to that.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and tell. Jump in.
Anybody who doesn't want, I guess, like a mini spoiler about it should like stop listening at this point. But I think it was Tassie Astacross. Somebody asked Joe Blackburn about this during that whole thing that was going on, and apparently he's fighting the Vex, or the Cloud Striders have been fighting the Vex. Like the Vex have been, I guess, in Neomuna, and that's the reason why the Cloud Striders.
So Vex are the only ones that have known about it, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yep. Okay. And then the Tormentors. And I have a little theory here too that goes along with this. We keep seeing this lose the light. And we know that, well, we're not losing our light classes long term because we know about like changes coming and stuff. And some people speculate, well, maybe it'll be gone for certain parts of the campaign. But here's how the Tormentors work. They told us they have this dark harvest thing where they pick us up. It's almost like they're doing a finisher on us. And they're like squeezing us and sucking out our powers. Well, what if that's a thing where if you get caught in that, then you lose your light abilities for a couple minutes. And then if that was the subclass you were using, and then you can't use it for a little bit. Just think about that. Okay, one last thing, and I want to hear everyone's thoughts. They showed us a little bit more on Guardian ranks and accommodations. I do have kind of a concern about Guardian ranks. I think accommodations are going to be awesome, actually. But when they showed the Guardian ranks, if you pause and look at that screenshot, it really just looks like the Triumph system. And they're saying like, well, this is what you're supposed to run to prove you're a good player, and you can get to level 10 and everything. But they had stupid things on there like purchase upgrades from the war table, get bow kills. I'm like, really? We have to do all this to prove we're a level 10 Guardian ranks person, and that means we're a good player? I think I'm going to way more for accommodations than Guardian ranks personally. But
maybe this is maybe tying in, Kingsley, to the history of what you've played in the past. Maybe the past seasons and stuff.
But what they showed so far, and I know this isn't everything, but that's my little TLDR. Okay, discuss away any of those. All points.
Right, it looks like Dez has been unmuted here, so let's start with him.
Yes, this is one of those things I've watched various times myself. It is nice, I will say. Just to kind of, I guess, pivot on the point, Vex makes sense for them to defend against, considering the Vex invasion of the solar system started on Europa. For those of those. Hang on. Let me take a breath. Collect myself from something. For those of those that remember the Deepstone Crypt lore, the Vex's entry into the solar system started in Europa, which makes Neptune something of a viable target for them to routinely go after. But I will say this Vidoc was super interesting in like just showing off those last little bits of strand just before people can get their hands on it. So fantastic that you essentially become what was that character? I think he's officially labeled Wrecking Ball, called Hammond in Overwatch, where you grapple onto a thing and become a cannonball. Cool things. Yeah.
Yeah, it really seems like you're using your body to kind of like pull forward and then hit the enemy.
Yeah, he was clinging onto a sparrow in the trailer where he was slinging his body, slinging it past.
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
And the fact that apparently objects can become anchor points is a very interesting perspective, and just adds like a whole new layer to potential like movement and getting around things if you're moving with the object you're connected to.
Or the person you're connected to, like, I don't know, a Thunder Crash Titan going for, point B with 4 hunters tethered on his butt, right?
Thunder Crash has been nerfed.
That will be insane.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
Let's
a sore
do it.
subject. I'm sorry. It's a sore subject. Who else? Hazel.
I just wanted to say that I thought that this Vidoc was completely unnecessary.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It just, to me, there was no reason for it. They didn't talk about anything in the future. They just,
There was
it was
nothing,
all just kind of like
nothing
more
behind
hype.
the curtain.
There was just more hype. The only thing that they're keeping from us right now is just the story part. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. Thank God. Glad they haven't ruined that. But it just seemed really unnecessary to me. And that was kind of my thought going into it too. I'm like, well, what are they going to show us? What are they going to tell us? It doesn't mean anything. I don't know.
I kind of wanted
it's like
to
a
see,
longer trailer. If trailers are unnecessary also, it was pretty hype-filled still.
It was. It was a 16-minute trailer, I thought.
Yeah. It's still a hype train, but 100%. But also at the same time, they do. As far as saying it's entirely unnecessary, I can't say I agree with, considering they do at least give the details of.
Yeah, well,
I guess the season.
They do.
Not really details, but yeah, they
and
give
the details
you,
of the grapple. We didn't know the grenade thing
Yes.
yet.
Well, like I said, it does finalize like the certain little things about Strand that we were missing. But to be fair, that's trailer material, 100%. Rather than, I can still agree that it's hype fluff, right?
Well, at
it's
least
more
you had
hype
the
fluff.
teams. At least you had the teams assigned to those areas speaking up about it, what they were trying to do.
I'm also glad it took them a while. I forget his name, but the dev that's apparently still there, that is now infamous in the Destiny community for the dude that makes the noises.
Dave Samuel.
Yeah, they had him there. They explained like 2 or 3 different powers, and he didn't say anything. And I was worried for a minute. But then, like that last thing, he actually did his thing, and I was like, "All right, cool. They did it. They're aware."
And it was the Warlock one. And guess which one they talked about the least? Hate to stoke this fire again.
But you were talking about how they can use the tether, right? What blew my mind is he's like, so you shoot an enemy. Or hold on, how did it go? You tether through the air, you kill an enemy, he creates a ball, you tether to the ball, you grab the ball, you throw the ball, you tether to the ball as the ball is flying through the air, you catch the ball, you throw the ball down, it detonates their enemies, and then you do your crashing slam to finish off what's left. I was like, what?
It's awesome. You sound a little excited.
Yeah,
I'm on the hype train. I'm really looking forward to this. Everything the Hunter can do, I am on board with. And I've always loved kunai with chain as a weapon archetype. And when I saw that, and initially I was disappointed because when they showed it the first time, it looked like it was a one-off where he just spins it and you're done, right? But no, he's like running and stab, spin, stab, spin. I was like, dude, that's an awesome roaming super. That's going to be broken right there, So I'm very much on the hype train right now for everything that I've seen for the Hunters.
All right. I told you I had a question for Dez, and this is my question. Looking at that trailer, Callus is all in his new drip coming out of his box. I'm reading the lore book right now that they mailed us, the hardcover, and I'm reading the lore over where Callus's scribes are talking about this alternative world that never happens. Like, God, what's the book called? I can't even think of it now. Of course, I can't think of it right now. But anyway, it's all these scribes talking about how the shadow of Earth killed the Vanguard and all these inflated things. It's like one of these countries has no clue what's going on outside of it. Callus seems like a buffoon to me. And everyone's saying, well, Callus isn't really scary. Well, is he really supposed to be scary, or is he more the punchline?
No, he's not a punchline at all.
He's charismatic.
Really?
What are you talking about?
No, his entire shtick as an enemy is he's a mastermind type. Really? He is not your brute force type. He is not your powerful type. He is not your Juggernaut. He is not your Apocalypse for Marvel nerds out there. He is 100% like the Lex Luthor. He is the dude with no powers that does other things to get in the hero's way. The fact that they've, I don't know about plan, but at least set up his lore in a way where he came to us to recruit us as shadows by putting on a game show on the Leviathan.
Right.
He did that purely just to mess with us. He had no real intent of joining Guardians, of benefiting Guardians. He did it for his own amusement. His entire goal was to become a disciple of the darkness, which was hinted at in his very early lore when he looked into the void and he said, "I'm following you."
That was from that extra mission.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was what?
It was in the lore readings from the where we got the Dead Man's Tale. What was that mission? The Presage?
Well,
it was in some of the lore readings of that.
No, yeah, they expanded on it in that, but that bit of lore was like D2 vanilla launch collector's edition stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. The fact that he went and stared out into an empty spot in space and basically got a message from the universe.
Yes, I read that.
Was when they introduced him back in D2.
Yeah, it's like his attitude totally changed, and he was all about the end times.
Exactly. And he is about the nothingness. He is about the final shape.
Yeah. There we go. All right. Yeah. That's what I was curious about, because I'm reading this.
So, yeah,
this fascinating. Is Chronicon, by the way, is the book. Chronicon.
Yeah. But no, so the fact that they're coming back full circle to actually, yes, he is like with presage that he was trying to contact the dark because he came to the dark and just the witness ignored him. And he's like, you know what? Screw you. I'm not going to be ignored. So he reached out and went to touch upon the witness, which leads to the series now, where he is now a disciple from his own force of will, essentially. So no, he's not a buffoon. He just enjoys a good time. Yeah, he likes to party. He likes to have a good time.
I saw in the trailer he was still holding his chalice.
Right. So no, he's still definitely like that Roman Emperor archetype. He's going to enjoy his good time. He's going to drink. He's going to be an idiot at times, but that is not the type of person he should be considered.
Gotcha.
And considering that was his personality and the fact that he was so missable, I guess, in terms of being big, scary bad guy. And now he's all of a sudden big, scary bad guy's right-hand man.
And actually, I'm not even convinced now. So a lot of people are there's nothing spoiler. We don't know anything leaks. A lot of people are speculating the boss of the campaign might be Callus. I'm not even convinced of that now. I bet he might be around throughout this whole year of
Really?
Lightfall.
That was my next question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I thought he might be the boss for the raid.
No, he's definitely not going to be that.
What do you think? It's going to be one of the?
I'll take a bet on that.
Maybe it's going to be one of the, maybe a new tormentor or something. Maybe a medium tormentor, or was it tormentor?
I mean, it could be another disciple.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be another.
He could be a mini boss before we get to the boss.
Well,
you know how a raid has lots of encounters.
Yeah,
he could be like the encounter before we get to the witness.
I thought we were maybe going to get a real Leviathan raid. We're actually going to fight the real Callus.
We're getting a different raid, so it's not going to be Leviathan.
No, I would not be surprised if they wait for the actual physical confrontation of Callus until final shape. I wouldn't be entirely surprised. And as far as Kingsley saying that, yes, he has a new body, considering the last we heard about Callus was his physical body was
gelatinous blob.
Yeah, he was like He was like decomposing. Yes, he definitely has a brand new body. So more than just drip. He's been given the Captain America treatment. So
yeah, and his hands. People are like, "That's armor." It's not armor. His hands and feet are made of gold. He's not wearing gold. They are gold. You know,
he's dipped in gold.
Yeah,
at least his foot is. You know, I like feet. Yeah. So I mean, what I meant to say was, Kingsley, did you have another comment? No, oh, shit. Damn it.
No, I don't have anything else.
I'm a big mouth.
It got me excited. I do want to. I guess we should have said this even earlier, but like something interesting. One thing I totally agree with this vid doc is that kind of could be some more spoilers than we've ever had of anything. If you don't want to see like cutscenes and little things of how the story may go, and so we really don't know. But yeah, if you were only semi-listening and you to this podcast, and if you didn't watch the vid doc yet, and you want to go in blind, just maybe don't watch it.
Yeah. And also, as far as the question I saw in chat from His Highness Prince Resness, anyway, asking the role of what Callus is playing if he's not the boss. Callus is potentially an antagonist, much like as the
anti-hero, maybe.
No, the name. The Witness. Much like the Witness is played during like Season of Arrivals, like or just. Yeah, like just, you know, Rolk was the boss, Witnesses was the antagonist who were setting things into motion.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the role. He might just be a more plot-related role rather than something we actually fight towards right now. Wouldn't surprise me in this instant.
Okay. Yeah, I meant to say thanks for clarifying that, because I'm reading this lore book. It's fascinating, man. I'm starting to get into lore now. Yeah. Lore's fun as hell. It's like that next step.
Yeah, like, I've said probably Kingsley like a year ago, at least, like with some of the things they're doing in the season, they are like reconnecting dots that have been left loose for years, and it is fantastic.
Yeah,
especially if you're not into lore right now. Now might be like a fantastic time to get into it because there are so much fewer loose threads than there used to be. Like things are connecting, and it's fantastic.
And
so here's my question. Sorry to respond for a second.
Okay.
If you look at the lore and you've seen Ishtar Collective and you're like, oh, there's lots of words there and lots of things there connected. If you're looking at that and your eyes just sort of glaze over, how would you, like, what would your, you know, like baby's first foray into lore be? Like, if you're like, I play this game, I want to know why I'm shooting these people in the face and who they are. What would be your advice for someone who's like, I want to know more, you know, guarantee citizenship. Do you want to know more? I do. Where would I go?
Thank you for the Starship Troopers reference. But no, it's like a lot of people I talk to on Discord probably remiss if I don't mention, of course, find a by video, listen to it, blah this, blah that, whatever. Me personally, I do go on to Ishtar Collective. If there is something I want to know, here's the thing. It all starts on what you're most interested in. The thing that got me into Destiny lore back in D1 beta was the story of Last Word and Thorn. Of course, it was easier then. I didn't need Ishtar Collective. We just had the Grimoire cards. But collecting those cards and reading them, go to Ishtar Collective. They have a fantastic search option. Go into their search. Whatever subject you want to read about, search it, whether it be Dredgen Yor, whether it be Shin Malphur, whether it be Callus, whether it be the Witness, whether it be the Black Garden, whether it be Vex, whatever, Clovis Bray, whatever. Choose a subject, search it. You will be brought just tons of material with those people or potentially involving those people. So just consume what you will, consume what you can. And then, of course, come to the lovely Guardian Downcast or Guardian Hub or any other Discord that has a lore channel and ask the lore nerds there.
Absolutely.
Because I definitely am 1,000,000% happy to help guide steps on what to know or help connect dots that might still be a little obscure.
Yeah, I see you, man. I appreciate you helping people with it. I do.
Oh, no, it's one of my generous loves. I joke around. I have not been able to play this game in so long, but I still know more than most people.
I hear you. All right. Anybody have any other input on the Vidoc?
Well, I mean, the Callus thing, right?
Mm-hmm, right.
My brother's been out since Forsaken, and he just started playing again, right? And he's all like, so, anything exciting coming up? And I started talking about the Vidoc, and I was like, dude, and you finally get to see Callus. And he's like,
who's Callus?
Yeah, well, no, he knows who it is, but he's all like, dude, we've already seen him. I was like, no, we've seen robots. We finally get to see him, right? And he just, I don't know, man, he kind of made me feel bad because, like, and then you guys are talking about Callus like he's an idiot. I've always found him charismatic. He's always been a character I really enjoyed, especially when you look into the lore surrounding him, when he started making his own lore about us, right? That was really awesome, especially like when you really get into it, it's like the Guardian fed the Drifter his own ghost before shooting him in the face. I'm just like, what? Things like that all happened because of Callus. Callus was writing these stories about what the Guardian did and what the Guardian was going to end up doing in the future and this and that and the other. And I thought that was all really cool. And now we get to see him in person and potentially engage with him face to face instead of through a robot. I'm really excited about that. And I feel like I'm the only one,
No, I'm the automatons. Yeah.
I'm getting more excited for sure.
Yeah.
The Vidoc actually was good for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting me more excited.
I thought the Vidoc was very much like the trailer. I thought it was I would have liked to have seen more behind the scenes, like, when they have their LAN or whatever, their Zoom calls and stuff together, or when they had the last Vidoc, they showed a lot of like action stuff they were doing in like a garage and stuff. I just like seeing that kind of stuff. And the fact that it didn't really show much of that, it was mainly just the teams that were talking about their part of the game. That was nice to hear, but I was a little disappointed in the Vidoc, but hey, I'm at least glad we got one this year. Me and Hazel have been talking about this for a couple shows now. Where's the Vidoc? Is there a Vidoc coming? Yeah. So, all right. No one else has anything else to say. That means it's time for This Week at Bungie.
This is Frostway, and you're listening to Guardians Downcast.
I'm sorry, what? What? No,
Guardians.
No. You know what? Out of the seat. You lost your privilege. Hey, everybody. You are listening to Guardian. You hear that? No S. Guardian Downcast.
All right, Hazel. 1 week until Destiny 2 Lightfall. What's going on in the TWAB this week?
All right. I just want to make a quick apology to the Two Titans and a Hunter community because this TWAB will not be as in-depth as...
You are not allowed to say it.
I'm not? Oh, okay. I'll let it be a surprise then.
I'll let it out.
No, the stuff's broken thing. Don't say
not?
that.
No, okay. All right.
He's going to do it anyway.
Fine.
I'm still waiting for Gator to count you in.
No, I already did. Counting. No, I didn't. I just hit record and said, all right, let's go.
Yeah. That's how we do things.
Mm-hmm.
Just like he edits out stuff like that.
Exactly. Pro editor.
So, yes, exactly. All right. So, this week at Bungie, they give a neat little TLDR for last week's TWAB and a little link to it. That's pretty nifty now. For anybody who doesn't keep up on it and things like that. And then this week, they give a little summary about what's upcoming. So they do the Journey Through Darkness first, which we've already talked about with Kingsley. We've got Lightfall in the year ahead, which lovely parody already talked about. And then we have the Season 19 ending cinematic. But before that, though, the Bungie also snuck out a enhancing weapon crafting little blurb thing here. And with that, they basically just go into a little bit more detail about what's going away, what's changing regarding deep sight resonance, resonant elements, enhanced raid adept weapons, things like that. And then also what you can craft in Season 20, so like seasonal weapons, Neomuna weapons, base raid weapons, and a handful of other weapons that don't have direct comparisons to the Witch Queen sources. So, interesting stuff there. you want to check that out, you can always go to that link and read it. And then also in season 21 and going forward, the following will be craftable: seasonal weapons and raid reprised weapons. Okay. Destiny 2 and Steel Series are doing a thing again. Congratulations to them. All right. Now for the meat of it. The season 19 finale cinematic. What all did you think about this? I see Raven is already primed and ready to go. I don't know why. I mean, nothing happened.
He just butted in front of everyone. He just pushed himself right on.
I am ready.
He unmuted from the minute I started.
He did. Go ahead, Raven.
All right. What you got?
No, I am 100%. I know I'm unmuted. I'm kind of breaking the rule, but I'm here. I don't want to go first. I want to kind of,
Okay.
I'm excited.
I'm not afraid to go
this.
first if you're giving up the slot. Shoot.
Well, no, actually, I've got the don't make me hit you with the stick, the wooden spoon. All right, I'll do it. I'm not afraid to.
So you're going to reward me for bad behavior? All right.
Oh, well, shit. Okay, you win. All right, Gator, you were next, I believe.
Sorry, I was messaging Night Demon. Night Demon had to leave for his job. He works very, very late at night. So early morning, I should say. My God, man. I guess the one thing that just kind of hit me in the feels was when the Traveler stopped, and it was the exact image that I've seen since Destiny 1, where it's just outside the atmosphere of Earth. Oh my God, that blew me away. I was like, oh my God, it's almost like they planned this game for 10 years. Imagine that. I still want to know why the hell Crow walked out there and unveiled his hood.
Dude,
what?
He's a character, man.
Yeah, but I want to know why he knew in advance that
everybody was doing that.
Yeah,
everybody
okay, but it's they panned to him first. I don't understand why they did that. Maybe
You're
they were
reading too much into it.
Because he's a loner. Everybody else was hanging out together. He's over there by himself.
Well, I know. I heard that Crow has like heard stuff in his head, like had images, and everyone thought he was going to be the next speaker because he got voices in his head or visions or something. Yeah, I mean, it's
the hunters have to be represented.
I'm
somehow.
slacking. I did not know that. Holy moly!
Yeah, I mean, that's been talked about throughout all the seasons and the prior seasons. I don't know if there's any lore about it, but I know he's actually. Go ahead, Dad.
That was the entire Hawkmoon mission.
Yep, exactly.
It was a vision. It was like a vision quest for Crow.
Yeah.
I guess I should have turned on the volume for that mission, huh?
You might have turned on the dialogue on that one. Another one.
Nice.
Responds. He was probably streaming.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, man? I mean, I'll let someone else talk here.
All right, Respawn.
Yeah. No, like first when I saw the Traveler taking off, right, I was like, no, is he really bouncing out on us or whatever? And then like the Rasputin, he starts to arm all his weapons and things like that. And then once Rasputin was disarmed, it kind of made me feel like the Traveler was giving humanity one last test. It's like, if you shoot me, I'm leaving you and the darkness can have you, right? But when the weapons blew up instead of firing on him instead of firing on it, and then it stayed, I was like, dude, like my heart went from, I know I'm going to sound like a pansy, but my heart went from racing to just like, oh, thank God. Because I didn't want him to leave, man. But it was, I would say it's the best cinematic in Destiny. I don't know about ever, because I've had some pretty good ones. Like Cade going out was top tier, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to say it's better than that, but it's definitely up there with that cinematic. I mean, it was beautifully done. Big fan. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Nice. Raven.
Yes, excellent. I chose well to wait. No, the Traveler 1,000,000% was always going to leave. In fact, that was an entire section of the speaker's lore, is the fact that our current speaker that died left out one important facet that all the other speakers spoke. The Traveler will protect us, the Traveler will this, the Traveler will that. the traveler will leave. Those were words our speaker left out, and he became the most popular speaker that even had a position of power in the last city. So imagine that. So no, this is 100% full circle. Apparently, with Savathun, like the fact that the traveler still left or was going to leave, basically confirmed it was definitely the traveler that took away Savathun's ghost before any harm could come to it. Somehow its plan was Savathun, but without Savathun, it was about to bounce yet again. As far as the weapon arming, maybe I'm missing something, but that almost seemed like Aramis hijacking the war sets to me.
No, that's exactly what she did. And the only way to stop her is for Rasputin to die, so that she no longer had access to the code. But I still think,
there we go.
Yeah,
okay. So I didn't miss anything. So that entire thing just made entire sense because, of course, Aramis is still the witness. Still knows how to pull Aramis's strings, considering she was scarred deeply by the whirlwind. And I love the fact that the Elixni, like those in the Elixni quarter, are, it's coming again, the whirlwind. This is 100% concrete verification that the whirlwind was the Black Fleet, which is kind of still a teetering question throughout the history of Destiny, since we even knew that, the Fallen had the whirlwind. Was the darkness the whirlwind that they always spoke of? So I think this finally sets it into place, just in case there was any more question.
Oh, wow. I never thought about that because I thought it was just the whirlwind was when it left, the traveler left. I took it from that perspective. I didn't think about that something else happened to make it leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's been hunted by the Black Fleet. So it's either been the Black Fleet, which we didn't entirely know about, because we did know about Oryx hunting the Traveler. But then again, considering Oryx was practically a disciple of the Witness or Darkness or whatever, chances are he was rolling with the Black Fleet as well. So there's that connection, still finally solidified. Why it stopped, though? Sure, they said that it has nowhere to go, but it's ran before.
Well,
so I don't know.
I think it stopped because it was testing humanity.
I think it was.
We failed with the Hive chick you just mentioned. We failed with her because we killed her instead of listening to her. Right? We wouldn't hear anything she had to say. We're just like, you're lying. You're always lying. You got to die. We killed her. He saves her. Right? And now he acts like he's leaving to find out what the war sats are going to do. Are we going to fire upon him to keep him there? Sorry, it. I keep saying him. Sorry. Fire upon it to keep it there. Or will we pass the test and let it leave if it wants to leave, right? And the fact that we didn't fire upon it, I think, was its last test, and it decided to stay and help us fight the darkness. That's what I think.
Same. I mean, that was the impression I had.
I'm still not 100% we mean a crap to the Traveler. So here's the thing. It took one of our greatest enemies and turned it into a light bearer. Because that's what it wanted from the beginning.
I was going to say, no, it looked at the Hive first. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
But here's the other thing, though, is, I mean, now, okay, so the Traveler is on one side, and we all assume that it's the Witness is on the other side. And it's like they're playing chess, so they can see more of the board than we can.
Oh, 100%, yes.
So, I mean, maybe that's why, I mean, they went with Savathun with, giving her the light.
No, there's a deeper plan there, 100%. Yeah. But I'm still not sure if we weren't just the gateway to that plan. If that plan is put on hold or is forked in a way that, kind of sucks, do we still matter?
Yeah.
I mean, there is the potential. Because here's the thing. Here's another outstanding question. This also confirms the Traveler's awake. The Traveler has its capabilities back. But yet there still doesn't seem to be an intrinsic connection between the ghosts and the traveler, though. Like, there's been no change in that dynamic specifically.
They've never had a connection. They've always just been a conduit for the light itself. The traveler's light flows through them to us to keep us immortal.
That's because whenever the ghosts first formed, the traveler went to sleep. And it stayed that way. And we weren't given 100% confirmation. Like, sure, it broke out of Gull's energy containment.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was able to heal. It gave us visions, but we still weren't 100% certain, like, how back is it? But now we know it's definitely back. But that dynamic still hasn't changed because, again, ghosts come from the traveler. But there's still no special connection between
Do we know
the
if there
travelers.
ever was? I mean, the Fallen had light before us, right?
No.
Did the travelers? No.
No. There has been no evidence of light bearers before us.
I thought that them chasing us is because they had the light, lost it, and then had been chasing the Great Machine. to get it back.
They had a golden age, and they lost it to the whirlwind.
So they never had light this whole time. I thought that they used to be light bearers, and they never were.
Dude, Aramis says the Great Machine will never leave someone again, or not leave people again. The Traveler left them, and they've been chasing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yes. 100%. Yes. The Traveler
But they
has
just
left
never had light.
No.
The Traveler was there, but he never gave them light. Oh.
No one has had command of the light like the Guardians of Earth have. No one. As far as we know. There's been no existence of ghosts. There's been no connection to that. The closest thing to the light in lore was in Books of Sorrow when one of the civilizations created like this spire of light that was thus eaten by the hive and used as fuel.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's that. But no, yeah, Traveler has touched civilizations, and it has given civilizations fantastic golden ages, but it's left every single one of them, except us. Where then it decided to stay. It pushed back the Black Fleet, stopped the collapse, and the ghosts came out. Ghosts, the very few times that they've spoken about this in the game, the ghosts have never felt a connection to the Traveler. They don't know their purpose. They only know that they're to find the Guardian that's right for them, to bring them back. That's all they know. Like 100%.
Sure.
They know like their purpose, and they're connected to someone that they have to find. Because there was even like a touching, I think it was back in D1, where our ghost tells us like there's no connection there. Like a ghost's connection is to us.
That's right. I remember that.
Mm-hmm. But that's always been during eras and periods where the Traveler was asleep or damaged or whatever.
Yeah.
But now that it's awake, there has been no update to that dynamic. So I personally had thought before that maybe the Traveler being awake, ghosts would be able to communicate with it like more easily. They'd be able to converse, maybe find out more of a purpose. But nothing like that has happened to us.
Do you think it's because we're wielding the dark now that hasn't been updated?
No.
By the time the Traveler was awake, we're wielding dark now. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because its first instances of waking up was back in D2 Vanilla with it breaking out of Gull's cage. We were given visions of light back in Forsaken. And even when the Hawkmoon mission happened, when we were gifted personally with the effigy of light that took the form of Hawkmoon, we had darkness then. But yet the Traveler still gifted us an effigy of light.
I see.
So I don't think it looks down on us for wielding something more than what is given us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because again, the Light's entire philosophy is cooperation. It's a rule, it's a paracausal force to get people to work together for a purpose. Like there's a benefit to actually coming together, as a group, essentially. Whereas survival of the fittest for the darkness is just, the easier thing to do and like the go-to. So we have a lot of interesting concrete points, but still there's that one thing, like I said, I'm thinking about the fact that there's still, at least now, this could be something that comes up. I kind of hope it does at some point, because it's like an interesting thing. Or if it's going to be like a loose thread, potentially. Considering one thing that they do say in the Vidoc is the fact that they are getting ready to show us more of the Destiny universe outside of the light and the darkness.
Yeah, but we don't know when that is exactly. But I mean, I'm anxious to see. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm anxious to see when that happens. But
yeah,
I mean, what I'm really looking forward to, or what I thought was kind of a missed opportunity in the finale, was I was expecting Ido to show up and try to talk to Aramis and talk her down. I thought that would have been like something really cool. I mean, but I don't know. Sweaty, we'll go to you and then we'll move on with the TWAB. What you got?
Well, it's actually funny that you were mentioning Aramis, because just while you guys were talking, I was just watching through it again and I was like, it's funny that they introduce Aramis here. So it just kind of leads me to wonder if they have some sort of an intention with her story arc leading into things. So I don't know, obviously. Yeah. I'm just kind of
saying she's going to be the raid boss.
No.
She's gonna give the body to the traveler so the ghost can resurrect Savathun again.
No, here's what's going to happen. It's going to be the next raid. Aramis is going to show up. She's going to merge with Tannix, and we're going to have to kill Tannix again.
Oh God!
Sold.
Please no.
Okay. On that note,
but another thing that I found interesting about that one particular scene was while Aramis is on the computer and going through the utilities and the functionalities and knobs and twists and whatever else, the witness shows up on Aramis' screen, and Aramis kind of shows a moment of paranoia almost, and looks right behind her. So I'm like, I think that's significant somehow, but I don't really know how to play into that.
Exactly. It's almost timed in with Mithrak's words.
Yes.
Even. Which it's almost like she heard him potentially. So that is 100% another very interesting point to take, that perhaps Aramis won't be in the witness's clutches, maybe, or maybe a different character arc. Who knows? Could be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just kind of noticed it. And I was like, well, it's kind of funny that she's paranoid. That means not in favor of. Not sure how that's going to work, because that just means enemy of my enemy. So eventually, are we going to become friends? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, her thing isn't about light or dark or the witness or anything. Her thing is about bringing Elixir back up, right? And she thinks Elixir deserved more than what they've been given, and her whole spiel is to bring them back up, right? I don't think she's siding with the darkness. She just wants Elixir to be top dogs again,
She does, 100%. But the witness is currently bending her, because one of the most tragic things she remembers is the traveler leaving, because she is one of the very few Elixir that have lived essentially through the whirlwind. She remembers seeing the traveler leave, Reese. So that's something, kind of unique and like a point to her, but the witness is currently using that to turn her, yes, let's make Elixir great again. And turning that into, pretty much exactly as the witness told Aramis, let it feel your pain.
Yeah.
So she's not in it, I don't think, specifically for the dark. She is definitely willing to go down avenues to make a fallen house great again, just for the simple cause of she was in House Devils whenever the Devils used Splicer, or used Siva, to try and just completely disconnect from anything Traveler related. She did it herself with House Salvation. So I just think that's connections there, just to try and erase the Traveler and bring the Elixir back up, and the Witness is able to just tweak those dials. Because, tragic villain.
Yeah. That's a great segue to actually the season 20 ritual weapon. And it's not the holidays anymore, but we've got ornaments. So this is the Ecliptic Distaff, a void glaive, and it's glowy. And it looks hot. I think I'd sleep with this thing.
I want the red one.
Moving on. Sorry.
I'm getting that red one.
Awkward moment. I love you all.
I'm just upset. I saw it and I thought, yes, everybody knows I'm colorblind, shut up. But I saw it and I thought it was blue, right? And I was like, yes, finally a primary glaive. And everyone's like, bro, that's void. I'm like, damn it. Because they fooled me twice, because we saw the ice glaive in the Vidoc, and I'm like, yes, a primary. They're like, it's a heavy. Damn it! And I saw this. Yes, a primary. It's a void. What the hell, Bungie? Give me my primary glaive, man.
Well, just wait, man, because I'm sure that they're going to end up making a glaive that's going to be either stasis or strand, and it's going to be in the kinetic slot.
Yes, I need this in my life. Make it happen.
Yeah, you and Monkey. Now I'm moving on because I don't want to have nightmares tonight. Okay, boosted. Starting with Lightfall, we're changing how paid character boosts work. So I really don't want to go into this, but basically you have to complete Lightfall first. They do have a Lightfall character boost, but it appears when you hit the soft cap with one character, but have not completed Lightfall. And then for other characters, you can do that. It's a skip boost where basically once you have it completed, then you can go ahead and use that for your alt characters. So just play the game.
I read this and I was like, oh, so they saw how much people hated unlocking stasis. So it's an opportunity to make money.
This sickens me.
I would absolutely pay hard money today to unlock stasis.
Yes.
On my hunter, on the chance I want to bring him out of the vault.
Yes.
My hunter is still, and Respawn, this is not attacking hunters as a race. This is just, I have time for 1.5 characters, and he's the third character. That's just how life goes. But there's literally beyond light quests I still need to do. Stasis is unlocked just barely. If I could, I've done the work. I can do the work on 2 characters. I would be tempted to on my third character because again, it's a time and money thing. You either have the time or you have the money, or you have both or neither. If you've got the money and not the time, there's a temptation there going, I want to play the thing, I want to do the thing, let me do the thing without having to spend hours and hours grinding this. If I could throw $20 at the problem or $10 at the problem, or again, I don't think they gave pricing, but if it's an option, it would be a temptation to go, we can save you a lot of mindless grinding through things that are very old that you don't want to do. Let me just do them and then go enjoy the thing that I've already done twice with my friends.
Yeah, I do think that they are going to be changing stasis when this comes out, so it will be more like it is for, the other light subclasses. I think they even mentioned that they know that they screwed up with stasis and how basically that, I'm trying to think of the wording they used it. When you completed the Beyond Light campaign, they gave you a skeleton and then basically they let you fill it in once you finished playing the rest of the campaign or, and then doing other stuff and things like that. But this time they're not doing that. They're doing this as basically when you're done with the campaign, you're going to have a full strand kit. So, that's an interesting thought there. I'm hoping that they go back and they realize and they change it for stasis. Gator, you had a thought.
This is unfortunately a trend I'm seeing more in gaming. I know, don't laugh. I know I just play Destiny, but I'm seeing it in more of, because a lot of the gamers are aging now and have more disposable income available. And I think they're tying into the convenience model where we have the funds, we can pay for it. If on my alt character right now, I would love to pay $10 just to get everything unlocked on stasis for one character. $10 would be worth it to me, because think of how many hours I'd have to put in to get all those fragments and aspects. And I just think, unfortunately, as much as it sickens me, I would probably do this on stasis, but I'm going to play all 3 characters on the campaign. Even if it's repetitive, I don't care. I'm still going to do it just to spite them. But, now correct me if I'm wrong here, Hazel. Didn't it say that if you did buy to open up the character you'd have to play the campaign again, but you would not have the strand upgrades? Did I hear that?
You would get the strand. You do get strand. Yes. You won't get the rewards though.
Right.
So like,
you just
say
get
you
the
did
strand
this,
unlocked.
Yeah. So say you did this for Witch Queen and you bought it and things like this, you wouldn't get the exotic at the end, basically, of doing legendary.
I understand that part. Yeah. For stasis was so painful, man. I just refused to go back it took me 3 seasons to get all 3 of my characters with stasis on my primary account. On my alt account, I'm not even looking at it. I'm just not going to have it. Unless they let us buy it from Ikora next season, I guess he'll just never have it. But unfortunately, a lot of gamers now have more disposable income, and a lot of people are willing to pay that $10 or even $20, maybe. That's pushing it. That's unlock
stupid, though. They're getting money in the wrong place. Let me ask you this: would you pay $10 to get stasis, or would you pay $10 for an extra 100 slots in your vault? Right?
And
what
else?
What I'm saying is that's it, right? The biggest problem in the game is vault space. So if Bungie wants money, this is not the way to do it. Start charging people for extra vault space. That alone, right there, will fund the company for 10 years.
Dude, they can't do that, man. They added 100 slots or 150 slots this last time, and it broke all kinds of shit in the tower. It was like people were loading in. They had to make it so like only 5 people could be in the damn tower at the same time?
Yeah.
Come on,
it's a technical problem more than anything else, but the thought is there. I agree. I think this is totally fine. I hope what you're saying, Hazel, and I think they will change stasis because it's older, and just for free, they'll make some small change and not really tell us about it. So stasis will be easier to unlock on our alt characters. But since the Lightfall stuff is brand new, I'm totally fine with them charging $10 or whatever, some smaller amount for people that want their second and third character go through here and do this. And then way down the road, then maybe they could make it a free boost instead of a paid boost or something.
Yeah. Raven?
It's entirely okay that they're doing this. It's entirely okay that this isn't even the first time they've done this.
True.
Character boosts were a thing in D1.
I know someone here that paid for some spots in a season pass. Don't want to mention names and shame anybody here, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is different than that.
What's your point?
No, I'm just saying someone paid for what, 10 slots on the season pass?
Yeah, I did. What's your point?
You did? I thought Hazel did.
I was pointing to Hazel. Thanks for volunteering that, though, Des.
No, I know. I'm not ashamed with what I choose to spend my money on.
Yeah,
you will not shame me for what I buy or what I deem.
All right, fine.
You're supporting a company that you appreciate. Ain't nobody's going to slut shame you for that.
Exactly. Except for Gator will.
Wait a minute. Everybody can shame me, though? What? Come on. This is not fair.
Why not?
I'm eating.
Anyway. But no, this is not the first time they've done it. And I did it at D1 because I restarted my Warlock. Yeah, I remade my Warlock and then decided I didn't want to go through the work. So I paid for the character boost. I wouldn't say it was more than 10, but it was less than 20 back then. So I don't know if that's going to reflect this current pricing or not, because that was also, of course, during Activision's publishing, who had a little more say-so over the price tags. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration. But no, they've done it before. It wasn't a big deal then.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be a big deal now. Because yes, if you don't have the time, that's what's said. If you don't have the time, but you have the money, go for it. If you don't have either, I feel bad for you, man. But I mean, that's just what it boils down to. Spend within your limit, and don't be tempted to not. You know.
I wasn't shaming you, Des. It was just my only chance to shame Hazel because he's always doing it to me.
I know, and then I made it backfire. You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. You stepped in it there, Gator.
Dude hit you with that fucking
what is this on my
reverse
boots?
guard, bro.
So, all right. So,
but no, I will say, I will say, I wasn't just taking up for you, Hazel. I have legitimately done that, and I really don't care. So,
well, yeah. I mean, I bought it during season of the whatever it was.
I can't remember why, but I was behind on something. Yeah, just like, all right, screw it. I'll put in some silver on this. Okay, all right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wanted the helmet with the skull and that kind of thing, and I was just like, this is a slog. I don't want to do this. I just need like it was like 12 slots or something like that. Yeah. I was like, all right, I'll do the 10. So, and granted, I got above 100, of course, but I wanted the helmet, and the progress was just slow. Yeah. I'm not going to do
I get
that shit. So,
no, I get that, because I think mine was more. I had stayed a little more away from Destiny than I intended, so it was a little further away. And it's like, yeah, I can just hit it hard and potentially get burnt out, but I've got some cash. I can, we'll throw some levels at it, and I'll definitely get it and finish out for the season. So it'll all be good. So
yeah, exactly.
So just so people know, you don't have to justify it. If you can do it,
and you want to,
if you're comfortable with it and it's not going to put you in a position, spend your money how you see fit. Don't let people like Gator shame you.
What did I do? I was just shaming Hazel. I wasn't shaming you, Des. Never mind.
Exactly. All right. Player support report. This is the part where Night Demon can edit this next section out here. AKA affectionately referred to as shit's broken. So, 24-hour downtime for Lightfall will be brought offline at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on February 27th. At that time, all ongoing activities will end. Players will be returned to the title screen, and preloading on all platforms will begin. And then you can log back in on the 28th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Regular reset time, aka. All right. Bungie Rewards deadline. During the 24-hour downtime, players will be unable to claim and purchase rewards. So do that before the reset. So 9 a.m. Pacific on the 27th. Make sure you buy your stuff before then.
That's a Monday, folks. Monday.
PlayStation preload. PS4 and 5 players using the PS4 version of Destiny 2 who are looking to preload should make sure that they have about approximately 80 gigs of space free to avoid any issues. The old packages will be removed once Lightfall launches but during the 24-hour downtime, both versions will need to be in storage for the preload. That sucks to be you guys. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I said it. Missing marketing materials. Click a link, do the troubleshooting, that kind of thing. Known issues. Investigating Weasel. Players receiving lever penalties for comp playlists. May be unable to launch into the playlist once their penalty expires. Screw them. That's their punishment. I'll allow it. VFX stuff. The push, the objective bounty does not progress. There we go. The usual. All right. Gator, you're on mute. Do you have a thought about this?
Yeah, I'm muting locally, not through the thing.
So you're not following the rules that you set up here?
No. I'm the moderator. I'm the bus driver. I get special rules. Right. I don't really have anything to add here. I mean, you pretty much covered it. I'm good. for once.
Okay.
I know. Gasp.
Yeah. I won't say what I was going to say, but all right, movies, art, and Stay Crafty from Sam.
All right. Thank you, Hazel. Well, that means we are going to get our questions from our live chat, and we will do that right after this. Hey, Guardians, would you like to send a question for the show to us? There's 4 ways to do it.
Join our Discord server. There's a link in our show notes. We have all kinds of Guardians here, from new lights to the dedicated hardcore gamers, and you can just lurk and hang out or jump right in and talk with us. It's up to you. There's also a channel labeled Podcast Questions where you can type in your question for the show.
You can email us at guardiandowncast@gmail.com, or we also occasionally tweet about our upcoming show and guest, and you can respond there with your question at guardian_d_cast is our Twitter handle.
Finally, you can send us a voicemail with your questions at speakpipe.com/guardiandowncast, and we'll play it live on the show.
Thank you for all you do for our show. And Toddles.
And later, Guardian.
Hey, man. It's in the contract. That's my line.
We'll see about that. Laz?
Oh, no, not Laz again. Our podcast returning, really? You're going there?
Damn right, man. I pay him just as much as you do. That does sound weird, though. We're both paying him.
Yeah, what the hell? He's double dipping, man. All right, this is the part of the show where we get our questions from our community, and we're going to our live chat tonight. And our favorite mod, RNG Gator, has been collecting them throughout the show, and he'll pose them to the group. And you know how the rules go, guys. If you want to answer it, just unmute yourself. All right, RNG Gator, it's all yours, buddy.
Okay. First question we have here is from Fluffy Fingers PvP. If a train is heading north at 80 miles per hour, while at the same time another train is heading south at 120 kilometers an hour on the same track, how many bananas can I fit in my mouth?
You asked this last year, Fluffy. I told you I don't know.
As many as Fluffy Fingers PvE can also eat.
The answer is 42.
10.
It's 42.
Math is hard.
There's no way that I asked this question before.
You've asked one similar.
I don't know, but I'd pay for the only sins of this.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Question from Kingsley Mac. How is Gator staying more quiet with this podcast than he ever can when Hazel is reading?
I don't know. I just something about, Hazel says stuff and I just have to interject. I don't know. I made sure that I made a point to make sure everyone could talk tonight. And when you have 10 people in the chat that all want to talk, I have to follow the rules like everyone else. So yeah, we're good.
He likes us better than you, Hazel.
I was about to say.
That isn't what I said.
Listen.
Basically.
Oh my God.
See, this is how it works. You go over to your friend's house. Your parents tell you to be on your best behavior. That's sort of what this is. We're all at our friend's house for a sleepover on our best behavior. I've had to limit myself.
Who behaves
to
at a sleepover?
I mean, as far as people know, as far as the edited version of this is to be very, very well behaved.
Yeah.
You guys, I have watched plenty of short 3-minute clips about sleepovers, and people do not behave.
That's the wrong video. Okay, so that's the wrong hub. You're on the wrong hub.
I want to know what hub he is visiting.
But
lore hub.
No, and there's also the fact that if somebody doesn't behave, like I don't know, me, who loves to talk, then they forcefully mute me. So,
or they just drown you out with music. They just drown you out with music while you're having a rant,
or fade me out.
Yeah,
ducks getting involved.
Who would do such a thing?
So angry.
I'm telling you. All right, RNG Gator, keep the train going, man.
All right, question from Grackle from the Guardian Hub Discord. If the Guardian Hub had a physical hub, where would it be, and what would it be like? Most importantly, would there be free snacks?
Hopefully not in Detroit. We don't want our hub there. Love you, Rodimus. Where would our physical hub be? Maybe it's in Sins area in WV, Virginia. I don't know.
You guys have an Only Sins channel too, right? I heard something about that.
Oh, yeah. But we're talking about a physical hub.
Oh, gotcha.
I said physical
hub.
Wherever you want to be, we are everywhere.
Our physical hub is in your heart.
That sounds awkward.
Right.
It's better in other places it could be.
Shut up, Gator.
Shame Sin's not here.
Right.
All right. Next question from Moose. How do you think Bungo should implement in-game Gambit like how Trials is in-game Crucible? Do you think Bungo should implement in-game Gambit? Sorry.
They tried that before. It's called Gambit Prime, and now it's just regular Gambit.
I like Gambit Prime. I enjoy Gambit Prime.
I enjoy Gambit. Y'all need to shut up.
Gambit Prime was pretty good. I liked it a lot.
I love the roles everyone was forced into. I loved it. Everyone had.
I love the armor that went with the roles.
Yes,
dude.
I have.
God,
I still have my Sentry jersey because I guess I capped all that armor out and I could get the jersey. It took me a whole year to get it, but I finally did get it. And I wear it to bowling. It's the coolest thing, man. I'm just shocked that they did not mention anything about Gambit, and that kind of worries me.
They need to bring that armor back, man. I mean, I've said it before, but when you wear the armor and it's maxed out and you invade and just your presence closes their thing, that was amazing, dude. I mean, like, that was the best idea they had in Bungie in a long time, and they took it away and they never brought it back. They need to bring that back, honestly. You want to spice up Gambit? Give me the armor back. Come on. Let me work towards that in Gambit again.
Well, remember, I mentioned that they should bring the mods, put it in a mod form. If you want to be able to have, have more power or more resistance, being the Sentry, taking out the blockers, why not put that in an armor mod? Just saying.
Because fashion.
Well, the snake was nice.
Well,
you got it in transmog still. No one responded.
Yeah,
no. You have the tier 1 in transmog. The tier 3 where it really glowed and you really had that effect going on. You don't have that. You got the lowest tier in the transmog.
That's true.
And it sucks.
No more glow. That's true.
No, I dare say that's probably one of the best ideas I've ever heard Gator say.
Gasp.
One out of
right?
ideas.
I know. I mean,
I mentioned this in last shows. I mentioned that it'd be perfect to put in an armor mod. You can only.
It actually would just have Gambit mods that just mod. It's they say a blind squirrel catches a nut every once in a while, and that this is definitely Gators. So
you're referring to me. Oh, okay, I'm the squirrel. Gotcha.
A broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah,
exactly. Exactly. So
you said something else.
This is
talking
just
about me.
This is just an unobjectively good idea. Throw special Gambit stuff into mods.
You know what, Des? Thank you.
I can find no fault with it.
Give it time.
I'm speechless.
This might be Guardian Downcast history. Mark the calendar, guys.
Hurry up! Let's end on that compliment. Go ahead, Gator. Next question.
All right, stop it, Fluffy. Let's see. Here's my His Highness Prince RYZ and YZ. The Vidoc showed Osiris using Strand. Does that mean he could also use Stasis in theory?
At this point in time, theoretically, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Because considering he has been given Darkness T, I would assume he has some kind of connection to Darkness. Potentially. So theoretically.
Liquid Hive Lady?
Well, I mean, it was distilled. It was distilled dead person, and dead person being Nezarec, so, yeah.
Oh, Nezarec, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
But, yeah, he does have a potential connection to darkness, so it is theoretically possible. But also being he is Osiris and probably well-versed in things, he might not want to try and dig too deeply into it. But then again, it is still Osiris, so he might actually dig deep into it. Who knows? Well, just one of those things that'll have to develop.
As a side note, in this Vidoc, did you notice that Osiris is physically aging now? Like, look at him now and compared to what he looked like a couple seasons ago. I guess because he's lost his light, he's actually aging now, and that caught me off guard that they they added that little detail to the Vidoc.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you see that little crow's foot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is hundreds of years old, so it's very potential that without the paracausal connection to the light, he could have been, accelerated aging.
Do you guys think Saint 14 is gonna like trade up for like a newer model then? Like,
I don't know. He still had
relationship.
Still had it back
You actually did remind me though, so like, thanks for the joke. They did a perfect thing in that ending cutscene that showed them in a relationship that I thought came across way better than the freaking kiss that they forced in. Just the fact that like Saint 14 like placed his hand like comforting in the small of like Osiris's back.
Yep.
Or my
I saw that. Well done.
Yeah, that was just such a subtle tone.
It was a nice touch.
But people in a relationship know that's a very like comforting act, or maybe you don't have to necessarily be, it's still a very comforting act and like very like symbolic gesture. But I just thought it was like a half a second, wasn't even the center of the thing, and just came across so much better than taking away 30 seconds of a potential explanation just to throw in a kiss. But anyway, I digress.
And don't we have access to make him into an exo now? I mean, we've been all up in orbit and everything like that in the satellite that has all the exos everywhere, right? Can we just stick him in one?
You mean the satellite that made the exos that then crashed onto Europa and was destroyed?
We have one above Earth now. That's what we've been doing on missions, right? So, why not?
But considering part of that is sterilized darkness, or using darkness to sterilize Vex Radial Era, I don't foresee Guardian, like, it's potentially something Osiris could choose to do, but I don't foresee it something that's exactly city sanctioned, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I hear you, but if it comes to, I mean, we went back in time to save Saint 14. I'm pretty sure he's wanted to do whatever it takes to stay with Saint.
I mean, it's potential. I could see, like, you bring that up, but I could see Osiris potentially volunteering if he does fear his own mortality now, which he could. Who knows? Who knows how Osiris has potential to be such an interesting character in such a very short amount of time.
All right.
I'll digress there so we can move on.
All right. Next question from His Highness Prince, RYZNYZ. Would Disciple Callus fit the profile of a Warlock or a Titan?
Neither.
I like his hat.
If we had to fit him into something, I'd say more a Titan, I guess.
I mean, he's
just because he's big. What are you saying? Now, Kingsley?
Have you seen his shoulder pads? He's got shoulder pads that'll make a Titan blush, bro.
It's the attitude.
It's the attitude.
No, I agree.
But yeah, he's neither.
He's literally talking through his mute. All right. Question asked, question answered.
All right. Question from the Scarlet KM. Do you guys think that Aramis hesitated to give Anna time to save the Traveler? Like when she stopped and looked at the door instead of going on with what she was doing.
I remember that. Was she actually listening, right?
No, I think she was. That was us trying to get in through the mission. Right. I think she heard us out there. That's what it was.
You think she hesitated?
That's what I think.
No, it wasn't her. It wasn't her hesitating. It was just like a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, no, it definitely wasn't something she consciously did to give anything a chance. It's just something that happened to give us a chance.
Exactly. All right. Question from His Highness Prince. If the Hawk Moon is the effigy of light, what is the effigy of darkness?
The ruinous effigy.
Ooh.
We got that during Season of Arrivals. It was our gift. It was our gift from the darkness.
It's a beautiful weapon.
And here I was going to say it was Thorn.
No. That was crafted with hive magic, but no, our literal gift from the darkness, our effigy, which made the Traveler give us a gift of light, was ruinous effigy. So yes, we do have an effigy from the darkness, and it is very literally named.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here. Question from Average D2 player. Any tinfoil hat theories for Lightfall, no matter how far out there they are, could be that Rasputin is not dead. Aramis destroyed the Warsats, not Rasputin himself. Go nuts.
The entire season is focused around Gambit.
That's a good tip.
Said it better myself.
Wow. Nice.
You win.
I don't think we can top that.
Yeah,
I can't. Brody wins.
Destiny has been a dream the whole time. None of this shit happened.
Oh, we're gonna wake up and out of our bed? Oh crap!
Yeah.
Destiny 3.
The end of Light and Darkness saga. We wake up.
Yeah.
This
Get
is
out your coma.
It's a Stephen King fever dream, and he wakes up and starts writing it.
Exactly.
Oh God.
All right. Question from Ralphie. Do you guys love me?
But of course,
I don't know you yet.
But of course,
Obviously.
Like I said, I don't know you yet.
How much money you got, buddy?
you take Venmo.
We love you long time.
I'll be whatever you want me to be.
We'll say yes for the right price.
All right, give me a
God,
second here.
you guys. Yeah. Thanks, RNG. You've had a rough job tonight, man. A lot of stuff coming at you. I'm watching the chat here.
Oh, he's fine.
No problem. All right. A question from Sweaty Spooks. Exactly how much would a Todd Gator chuck for a Elmer Fudd raid?
I miss Elmer Fudd. I know he's been busy. He's slammed at work. Plus he had to move. He's in another state now. So yeah, I'm looking forward to gaming with him again. He sent me a little picture of his frozen beard while he was delivering. Thought that was cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a
You know
trick
he still
question.
plays D&D, right?
Yeah, I don't play D&D.
Oh, never mind then.
Last night he said that he's going to be coming back for Lightfall, and he will be doing his raids again. So we can get in on that.
Nice.
Hell yeah, Fluffy.
Nice.
Definitely.
I know. I'm excited. I'm like, yep.
It's always fun when Elmer Fudd joins up. And at the end of the last segment of the raid, I'll always say something like, you know what? I'm just glad we're all together. He'll say, shut the hell up, Gator. It's like an ism of his. I love it. It's his way of telling me he might like me. I'm good. I like that guy.
Sure.
All right. Moving on.
All right. Another question from Ralphie. Do you guys like seeing when I kill Hazel in a raid?
Was it via shoulder charge?
No.
Considering Ralph's probably a Titan. I don't know what.
No, he killed me with his sparrow twice.
Oh, that's a dirty
Good job.
dog. Dirty dog.
Yeah. It was glorious.
My question is where?
DSC.
It's
Oh,
those doorways. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's classic. Yeah. I've killed many. I've killed
No,
many
actually,
people.
it was in the
doorways.
first. It was in the first encounter. Actually,
Oh.
like in
Yeah.
Oh.
That
Oh,
too.
that's patient.
Yeah, just
I mean, it's still easy, but yeah, you just kind of have to have some patience to carry your sparrow all the way there. Nicely
Mhm.
done. It's like I normally get them just before the door opens when we're waiting on other people.
Oh, yeah.
That's normally where I do my sparrow killing, and then pretend like it wasn't me. Wait, what?
Why are you still alive? I don't know. All right. Question from Three Fingers. What would you like to see? Would you like to see a crossover with Destiny? I think Warhammer 40K would be cool.
Agreed. That could be cool.
Cyberpunk.
No, go away.
We're getting that with Lightfall anyway. Ain't that kind of the vibe?
Kind of, right? Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Gotta go with Fallout.
I can see it work.
Wait, there's other games?
I definitely did. I definitely did make the comparison back in Rise of Iron that that expansion's weapons did look a lot like the pipe weapons from Fallout.
We're just going to come out of left field and say Ninja Gaiden.
Ooh, that's good, man. I was going to say
Hunter's already
Paperboy.
doing that.
Yeah, we lost Blade Dance, but we did get back Special Blade.
And we got Chinese stars too, remember?
Yeah.
So I got a question. So how many of y'all thought when the Vidoc showed us riding around our sparrow racing was coming back?
No.
Why you
Giving up on that.
I was like,
All right.
I made a joke with my son. I was like, oh, look, sparrow racing.
I've seen that Gator in a few discords though. Like that's definitely something that people are trying to make happen.
But if you guys noticed,
Again?
they're incorporating sparrow racing into activities, right? Like we had sparrow racing in the the raid that's gone where you're being chased by a giant sunball, right? And we have a dungeon right now where you have to race on your Sparrow and hit all those little lights in order to keep going. Otherwise, you run out of time and die. So it's not Sparrow racing, but they're incorporating you go really fast on your Sparrow or die into the game, and I enjoy that. I wouldn't mind more of that.
I would love SRL to come back. I would absolutely love SRL to come back. You can ask Gato. I was the man in Grasp of Avarice on that Sparrow course. I clutched out many progressions in that area when we first were running it. I have an adoration for SRL, but even I have kind of given up on the ghost on asking for SRL.
Just bring back horns. Just give us our horns back.
That is also legitimately a thing that needs to happen. They can make so much money selling freaking Sparrow horns. Give me my freaking duck quack back.
Yeah.
I had all those horns, man.
Real quick, my answer to the question is Dead Space.
Ooh.
I want to see the game turn more horror.
They did it in Fortnite. They brought skins, Dead Space skins into Fortnite.
What haven't they done in Fortnite?
I was just about to say that. You beat me by a
just saying, they did it this season is all I'm saying.
Like, as soon as I see, like, Naruto and Goku, it's like, yeah, everything's going to be in Fortnite. Like, it just doesn't matter at this point in time.
When you have John Wick doing Kamehamehas, I think you've gone too far.
All right, Gator. Let's keep it going.
All right. Question from Ralphie. How do you predict the Light and Dark saga will end?
Everything's boned and gone. So we'll have to use... we'll essentially have to connect with awoken paracausal forces in order to keep doing space magic.
So basically, we're going to lose our light? Is that what you're saying, Raven?
We're going to lose everything.
Everything dark.
The one paracausal... The one potential paracausal... Well, actually, there's two. Connections that we could gain without light and dark is indeed the distributary of the awoken. Wherever Mara and her Techians gain their paracausal capabilities that can interact with both light and dark, my theory is we'll have to connect to that, or, go the Ahamkara route, which for some reason is a little less interesting to me. But yeah.
Okay, so you're not saying that it's going to end with all rainbows and butterflies, that the Traveler is going to win, and that we'll just carry on and singing Kumbaya and stuff?
Just ignore Hazel. He wants the world to burn.
No, because I think the Traveler is going to be revealed to be a douchebag.
Someone mentioned in the chat,
Savathun's got to come back in, and if we're fighting against the darkness, we might need Savathun's help, and Savathun and the Hive team up with us for once to overcome the darkness. No,
but I don't think it's going to be a straight cut thing, because again, like they said, they do say it's going to be the end of light and dark, and for some reason I just get this entire feel that everything's going to go. Because one thing that they definitely try to push is the fact that light does not equal good. Dark does not equal evil. They are philosophies. And I think we're probably going to find out that the Traveler, Alpha Lupi, whatever might be controlling it, whatever, is just as much of a douchebag as the Witnesses, and we're probably just going to disconnect from everything. Everything is going to be gone and done with, and we're going to find a new source of power to explore whatever mysteries are left in the universe.
Yeah. Well, what about just the dividing line between light and dark just going away? Why can't that be a thing? Because right now we are saying that this is light and this is dark. But what if it all just becomes power? No light, no dark, just power.
That exists.
Yeah.
I mean, something like that exists. The Awoken use it. They have the Awoken has a thing that their Techians, that Mara herself, can travel to the Ascendant Plane. She can hijack throne worlds, products of hive magic and darkness. She can hijack. She can feel out and do things with light. She contains a power that has no lines. It is just power.
I thought she was hot before. Jesus, you're selling her really well, dude.
I mean, one of the best lines she ever said was back in lore. My father, what was it? My father was darkness. My mother was starlight. Something like that. It was a fantastic line, but she's a product of both light and dark because she was caught legitimately in the middle of the collapse when light and dark met. So they are paracausal without being tied to either of the paracausal entities. That's why I think something's going to happen. The light isn't going to be good. It's all just going to stalemate. They're going to kill each other. And the only thing left for us to connect to will be a similar power that the Awoken use.
So
that's why I think that.
You're saying it's going to go to the Matrix blank white room.
Oh, God.
Sort of.
What? That's
no more Matrix.
Fine.
All right, guys, hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out. It's going to end with another DLC, a season pass, and some updates to the Crucible.
I believe everything except the Crucible. Everything
I
but
was
the
going to
Crucible.
say, yeah. You lost me at Crucible, bro.
The final shape, they delete Crucible.
Game
The final shape
just
of
a
Destiny.
PvP game.
The final shape is the Vanguard emblem, right?
It was all a joke this whole time. We gotcha.
The Traveler's been being controlled by Destiny, the game Reddit, this whole time.
Also, I did get pinged by Moose asking about the 9. The 9 are not paracausal. The 9, I've said this many times before, and it is like one of the craziest parts in Destiny lore ever. The 9 is sentient gravity. Not joking. So, no, the 9 are only trying to amass power to disconnect themselves from the planets. Because if the planets die, they die. So they're trying to exist without that. So no, they have no outstanding capabilities on their own. So I don't think...
You just said the craziest thing I've ever heard.
What,
in my life.
Gravity?
Yeah. Not even in life. Sentient gravity. I'm done. Bye, guys. Later.
No, they're like dark fluid that got entangled into the into like the gravity or orbit of gravity wells of the planets and I believe sun of our solar system, and they just like their mass just kept looping and looping until they gained sentience. That is the 9. And I can't stress how much I'm not joking about that or making it up. It's in the lore.
No, I'm not saying you're joking, and I'm not saying you're making it up. That's what's crazy about it. It's the idea of sentient gravity?
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's the 9. They are sentient gravity.
My mind is broken. I'm done.
It is by far the most nuts sci-fi idea I've ever read in my life. But no, so... Yeah, I don't know what kind of role they could play, but there's that.
All right, next question. From Rolfie. Now that Lightfall is only 2 weeks away, or a little less than 2 weeks now, we're all a little nostalgic. What is your worst and best Destiny WoW moment from previous expansions?
All right, I'll go.
Go for it.
I was waiting. I was actually waiting for somebody else for a change. Nothing is ever going to top Cade going out, dude. I know I brought him up earlier, but that's because that's the most powerful thing that's ever happened to me in Destiny is when they killed Cade. And not just the fact that they killed him, right? Because that always made me angry. It's not just the fact that they killed him. It was how he went out. I mean, you could not ask for a better way to go, you know? And then the scenes afterwards were like I hate Zavala to begin with. And then you got Ikora just revenge mode, right? She's already thinking about gathering troops and just going for it, right? And then Zavala's like, no, we can't do that. We can't avenge him. And then she calls him a coward. Like that, the whole thing was just amazing, dude. Nothing's going to top that for me, probably ever.
Anybody else?
Biggest WoW moment. There's been so many.
Yeah, that's a hard question.
One of my first wow moments, that Destiny could have been something very different just from your, a normal shooter perspective, and how things could go, actually came from like OG Vault of Glass back in D1. Passing Templar, and you come to, the path to the Gorgon's Maze. And without a guide, without anything to, to tell you, it's like, oh, just jump, right? Being trained by Destiny, which, wasn't a lot then. Being trained by Destiny that, your path is always going to be like pretty clear cut in front of you. Once you make it to a place. And then just having this drop. And you're like, what do we do now? Just standing in front of that cliff face for the first time, trying to figure out, what do we do? And there's just saying, well, you know what? Screw it. And jumping like that first time and surviving that land with just so little health to find out that was the right choice was probably my first wow moment of Destiny.
Is nobody here surprised that the Traveler resurrected Savathun? Was that not a wow moment for anybody here? I figured at least one person would say that.
No, but Saint 14 walking through that portal, punching his way through piles of Vex and being like, I'm back, was always fun, but I've always been a big fan of Saint 14, so that's always been special.
I knew about Savathun being resurrected by the light like 3 seasons before it happened, at least, because I was in on the spoilers. So, no, it turned out to not be a huge wow moment for me. Wow that they did that, it was right, but I don't know, for some reason it made sense. The bigger wow moment I think of that was finding out that was the original plan. The Savathun was supposed to be chosen, but the witness ended up shoving its nose into the situation.
My wow moment was from the Vidoc seeing that in Season of Defiance, Devrim's going to come down from his fucking tower.
Right.
Maybe he'll actually shoot something.
All right.
Instead of just holding.
And hit it this time.
I'll put my 2 cents in here, because when we actually saw the face of the witness at the very end cutscene of the Witch Queen campaign, that freaked me out a little bit, and that's definitely one of my top moments.
Yeah, before the meme started rolling in, he was a very disturbing figure. Until everyone started comparing him to Megamind, and thus basically demystified him entirely. Poor guy.
Megamind with anime eyes.
That's exactly what I thought. Megamind meets Bugs Bunny.
I really want to make him angry. I was going to say the bad word, but I want to make him angry because he's so composed, right? Like all the time. I want to see him lose his mind. I want to see him get so mad at us for spoiling his plans that he just loses his composure.
All right, I'm looking at the clock here. Let's take a couple more questions. So, your choice, RNG.
I was looking at
we're all flashing the camera here, so we got to wrap it up.
We are definitely flashing.
Yeah, we're approaching the 3 hour mark. That's for sure.
I stripped down for coming into the basement. Let me tell you, I took
anyone
off the
not watching this live, you are missing out on all our lovely mugs here.
Shenanigans, all of it.
It's a very nice bikini you're wearing, Sin.
Yeah, I know, right?
Brings out your
Sexy.
eyes.
Look at all these faces. I feel like I'm in a Zoom call. Gosh.
Hey, is that a problem?
No, that's not a problem.
And then someone's like, "Yeah, like who's talking? Which one?"
No. I'm with Dummy here. Who am I pointing at? I have no clue.
On my screen, you're pointing at no one, so you're the dummy.
Yeah. On my screen, you're pointing at
I'm with Dummy here. All right, RNG. All right, handpicked.
Next question from Sheriff Half Panda. What item type, ship, sparrow, ornament, weapon, armor, etc. do you think Bungie has done the best design work on?
I'll go first. I really like the OG Trials ornaments, and I really like the kitty cat cloak.
You mean the Batman cloak?
No, the kitty cat cloak from D1.
Yeah, the Batman cloak.
I said kitty cat cloak, damn it.
Well, I
know
said
your place.
Batman cloak. No, you know your place. Put a black shader on and that was a Batman cloak. Actually, I never ended up getting that cloak. I ended up with the helmet without the cloak, which just, yeah.
Look at
the entire book was nice. Anyway. What have they done the best on?
Look at them.
I'm going to say some of the ships. Some of the ships' designs they've really have really come out with some
They're very
amazing. Good. One of my favorites, hilariously, is I believe is called. Is it Radiant and Scepter? I believe the ship we got with Hawkmoon.
Yeah, I actually have that on one of my characters. It's a big flat ship.
Yeah, which lore accurate that is Crow ship. Because that ship was gifted to Crow by the Light. Just saying.
He's all like, damn it, now I gotta take it off.
Right. Because there is a lore page. But yeah.
The one thing I always buy when I'm looking through Eververse is weapon ornaments because I can always switch those out. And once you buy them, they're all like right there. You can scroll through them. So as far as ornaments go, that's what I focus on. Are the weapon ornaments that are usually available in Eververse. If I'm going to use my Bright Dust for something, it's pretty expensive, but that would be my answer.
Ew, no, never. You know why? Because nobody ever sees your weapons. Then, in my opinion,
do.
Anyway.
Wouldn't it be cool, like, if they could, like, pick up your weapons and then other people could, like, use your weapons?
Right? Like Call of Duty, yes, and Battlefield. Yeah.
Sorry, Gator, awesome. I had to.
That's all right. It's all right. I'm good with
it. What's the name of the sniper rifle where you combine 4 rounds into one?
Izanagi's.
Thank you. The Buster Sword skin for Izanagi's. Yeah. That's
a good one.
The Phoenix Fall for Phoenix Protocol for Warlock.
Those are the ones. I'm like drawing a blank, but Phoenix Protocols are the ones that look amazing, but no one ever uses, right?
No, they're the ones that everybody uses because it.
What's the one I'm thinking of? There's one Warlock.
Are you thinking of Starfire Protocol?
Potentially, I don't know, but there's one Warlock exotic chest piece that looks amazing.
Oh,
but it's like
with the feathers.
I think so.
Isn't that
alchemy? Makes you look like Dracula.
I don't know. Either way, but there's one chest piece that looks absolutely amazing, but it's.
Are you talking about the one that gives you the overshield, but not the head?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll have to look into it and like report back.
Ophidians. Just talk about Ophidians, guys.
Oh, got you. Current game not coming.
Totally.
Got you.
All right. Ready for the next one?
Wait, the ornament, by the way, is on my Witherhoard. It's called Drowned in Strife. It has all the Savathun or the hive markings on the side. It all glow. That was my favorite ornament.
The Flex Enhanced replicates for the Syntheseps that make them look like they're wrapped in Siva, because who doesn't love punching with Siva?
Oh my god, I love those.
Oh man, no, I want Siva. God damn it. I hate every time you say Siva and you remind me of that parody.
All right. Next question. This one's from Sweaty Spooks. This one's for Gator. Legacy weapons. What weapon in your vault, relevant to current meta or not, would you trade all of your weapons to protect and why?
I would have to, wait a minute, I have to trade in all my weapons and armor or just weapons? What, one weapon? Would I trade if I had to
trade all your weapons to protect?
Protect?
Yeah, so like basically the spirit of the question is everybody has that one weapon that's like their nostalgic golden legacy weapon. So what is your most valuable weapon that you would like probably spend more than you're comfortable with to protect?
This is not going to influence any future fundraising, right? You're not going to use this against me?
I mean,
say no or yes to that.
I guess there's no.
I got lives in my pocket right now. We're good.
Okay,
I'm looking. You have the choice to just not listen to them too.
That's true too.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like we can get into your vault and
and I got a ton. You know what? You know what I hang on to, and it's probably useless now, but I just love the feel of it. Is my inaugural address. that 390 from the Leviathan raid, the 390 pulse rifle, it's void. I refuse to get rid of that rifle. It looks so good too. And it's like butter. I need to use it in Crucible just to see how it works. But it's got Kill Clip Outlaw on it.
Does it have a higher kill count than your Telesto?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't know you were talking exotics. I thought you were talking about legendary exotics. It's gonna be like Telesto.
No, it doesn't matter which weapon. I was just kind of
Telesto. That goes without. Let's just say that goes without saying. The Telesto goes without saying. What is my current count? Does it even show on dim? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Oh well. I think I've got 50,000 on it. Maybe more.
50,000
kills.
Oh, PvP.
Not PvP combined. Yeah, because I'm a Void Lock and I use Void,
just
so
all around.
it makes sense.
Still seems low though.
I think I got 10,000 in Crucible. That's a lot for Crucible. All right. One more question.
2 more questions.
2 more. Okay, go for it.
2 more.
Go for it.
I'm in charge. I'm the captain now. Question from Moose. You get to add one subclass theme. What is it and what's the gameplay loop of it?
Oh, I know.
Go ahead.
It's something brand new. It's never been done before. Okay. It's going to be on Titan and you get to punch something.
You motherfucker.
I want to add a drunken kung fu element. This was in was it in Tekken or was it in the Wu-Tang game? It was in one of those fighting games, but where you can make the other opponent like drunk. So like, it messes with their ability to move and messes with their orientation, what they can see.
Isn't that like every Mortal Kombat game has that?
Isn't that just every Arc subclass?
Hey, how about spiders that come out of a warlock and chase Hazel? Oh, wait.
I like it. I like it. Hey, get the spider picks.
We
Come
have
on,
a gun
chat.
that shoots spiders already.
picks.
There you go.
Nah.
You should definitely not play Hogwarts Legacy then. There are tons of spiders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it, Hazel.
Giant
I can
spiders.
tell you that right now.
Not for you.
Nice.
Definitely not for you.
Nah.
Stay away from the Forbidden Forest.
Thank you,
All
Fluffy.
right.
It's a happy medium.
That's to say that you can't be mad at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun spider.
Hazel's like, I'm out.
All right. Last question
All right, here we
from
go.
Three Fingers. What would happen if the Traveler went into the Dreaming City?
Well, the
I don't
Taken Goo's
understand the
still in there.
question.
Taken Goo's still in there, right? Still.
Into the Dreaming City? Yeah, what's...
Like if it lived at the Dreaming City or if it granted the Awoken its powers. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Is it like renting an apartment short term or moving in? Or
Right?
I would say, what would it do to the Dreaming City if it landed there? Would it affect the curse? I'm guess is what he's probably asking.
Curse, yeah. There'd be a big explosion.
The memes.
The waves would be so much gnarlier in the Dreaming City.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Well, that's the thing, because the curse of the Dreaming City doesn't actually affect us.
Doesn't? What about the Traveler?
Even though, I mean, we've been in and out of the Dreaming City ever since that curse was implemented. It's the Awoken and, I forget her name.
Petra?
Seventh's daughter. No, Seventh's daughter.
Oh.
And the boss of the raid that are in that loop. I'm just trying to think.
Riven?
Because, I mean, yeah, Riven, there we go, thank you.
No.
Yeah, they're
Samson's daughter? I thought she was Nahamkara.
no. The boss of the dungeon, Shattered
Oh.
Throne, is Septon's
I gotcha.
daughter, maybe. I think. It's been a while since I've read that lore, but Dueling Kara, thank you, Kato. And Riven pretty much create the loop of power needed to keep the curse going. So canonically, other than Callus with his robot explanation, Last Wish is legitimately a raid that cannot be finished until they actually do like a story update and like change the Dreaming City. But as far as potentially the Traveler could break it if it care? Maybe. But again, this is just a lot of speculation and stuff that hard to say. Yeah, if it just goes to the Dreaming City, I mean, it's not like, I mean, sure, the Traveler can like terraform planets, but I mean, it's not going to make anything explode or anything, as far as I know. But yeah, I don't know. That's it's a whole heft of speculation.
All right. Thank you, RNG, for collecting the questions from our chat tonight. We appreciate it, buddy. And that's it, guys. That is our show. But I wanted to wrap up before we leave. I wanted everyone to just give their final thoughts about the whole everything. My God, we've gotten flooded with information this week. Just real quick, final thoughts. Let's go from what I can see is the top. Let's start with Sweaty Spooks.
Well, to be fair, I've been a little bit preoccupied the past week or so. So I haven't been diving deeply. That's a underscore word here, into all of the content that's been released about everything that's going to be coming out in Lightfall. I mean, of course, I've dived into the TWAB and took a quick skim, and I'm here having the discussion with you folks, but I haven't taken a deep dive into anything. And I kind of like that aspect that there's going to be a little bit of a surprise. Like, I have an idea of what I'm in for, but at the same time, I still don't really know. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. I remember seeing I don't even remember what they're called anymore. The Striders. Do you remember what their proper term is? From Neomuna,
Cloud Striders?
The protectors of
Cloud Striders?
Yes.
Cloud Striders.
Silver Surfer.
So do you remember how those there was two of them and one of them had a beard in the game? Did you notice that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No beard.
Rohan,
not gonna get any
and
beards.
Nimbus is the rookie.
Right. So I was just kind of like, oh, this is going to be just a different interaction in the game in general. So I'm looking forward to how that interaction works. I'm also looking forward to some of the weapons. There's been a lot of recent hot topics surrounding that subject, with weapons and stuff. There's been some speculation. I in particular have been paying more attention into the hand cannon aspect of things.
That's all right. It's okay.
My man.
Potato.
But I mean, in some of the artwork, there was a hunter and, he was presenting this hand cannon. If you look at it, the base model of the hand cannon reminds me of Not Forgotten, just with like a whole bunch of extra features added onto it, like an extended barrel. There was some underpieces. But anyways, there was, of course, talk back and forth being like, well, it has a 180 handle, so it must be a 180. And then it's like, no, that's dogwash. It's obviously a 140. So I don't know what it ended up being. I think it actually ended up being a 120. Everybody was wrong. But I don't really know. That's just all, like I say, what I see and have come across in the Vine, if you will. So just like I say, when it's pre-launch, you just take everything with a grain of salt. We'll see upon launch. We'll see what happens. I'm looking.
Very cool. Fluffy, what do you think, man? What's final thoughts of, what you've heard so far?
Totally a dead game. Probably not going to buy it. And I'm going to go play Gwent.
Yep, I'm canceling my pre-order.
Shit.
Can I get my money back?
I'm worried about Crucible, man. I really am. I hope they do something.
I'm not.
You're not?
I mean, dude, like, I want them to do stuff all the time, but, you know, you start off the season, you play PvE, you enjoy the story, you know, you do all that, and when you get sick of the PvE, you play PvP. You do it with your friends, and you have fun.
It's the ultimate endgame. At least it is for me. All right, Mr. Sin Media. I know you haven't had much time to talk, so what do you think, man? What do you think so far?
Well, at least I'm not live from the road or live playing the game at the moment, so you at least get that.
Yeah.
I try not to seem super distracted while I'm on camera here.
Sure.
I am super excited for Lightfall. My birthday is at the end of the month, so this falls just a few days after my birthday, so it's super exciting for that. And Strand, I'm definitely interested in checking that out. I was listening to y'all's last podcast with the thoughts on Strand and kind of ranking them. I do believe Titans probably is the bottom of the barrel from what I've seen so far, but I am still going to be excited to try it out and try the other classes as well. And the story, I'm big into the story. after going through Ragnarok and Hogwarts Legacy so far, and just diving into that story, I'm super excited to dive into the Lightfall story and see where that really takes us.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Kingsley Mac.
And hopefully it's magical.
Yeah, who knows how the game will be. No, I'm excited, of course. I've been kind of like super chill this time around and not thinking about it too much. And the time has seemed to be passing even quicker. Go figure. But I'll be hopping into it, of course, right away and looking forward to the campaign and everything. And Fluffy's beautiful face. And
it's gorgeous, isn't it? That hair, man. I'm so jealous.
And
imagine meeting him in person.
Raid coming up.
I got you, man. I know you all about that.
Well,
raid.
I've met a few of y'all. Haven't met Fluffy in person, but
yeah, Gator and I basically just sat in the parking lot and he ran his hands through my hair like for an hour.
Man, just one more second, man. One more second. Come on.
We're seeing everyone's faces, so that's why we're all distracted.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's hear it, Parody. What do you think, man? What are your final thoughts?
Well, I think final thoughts next season is going to be it's all Gambit. I mean, honestly, I'm really curious to see how Strand plays out. It's going to come out of the gate really hot.
Yeah.
They're going to then nerf it because it's going to be super hot, just like they did with Stasis. That's what they said they're going to do. I'm just excited to enter entering a whole new year of Lightfall. We did Shadowkey, we did Beyond Light, we did Witch Queen. Now we're going to Lightfall. Finally, I remember they said somewhere along the line, hey, we're finally in a place that's not just a big science lab. We're finally in a place where it's like either they did science or they were doing science or they might do science. So I'm just excited to be just in a different environment and just see what Strand does. And the other part of me just says, how horribly broken is Strand going to be when it comes out, and what sort of ridiculous, game-breaking things in the PVM Playerverse map guys are going to find ways to get out of maps that Bungie's going, oh, we didn't think about that. So it's going to be fun. I can't decide if I think the game will be working at the end of February or if it'll be one of those, like, you're going to need to wait till like March 3rd to start playing it because there might be some issues.
Yeah, there's always that worry. That's for sure. Let's see. All right, no one responds. What's your final thoughts, man?
I got 3 words for you.
Uh-huh.
Build crafting, right?
Man, you're saying it, man.
They're removing all the elements. Finally, right? They're giving us 10 slots in-game per character for crafting. They're making it so that any mod can go on any armor piece. I mean, the possibilities just exploded. Like right now, Plunder the Booties channel is about to get hype AF right now. I'm telling you, it's going to get nutty. And that is what I'm most excited for. Strand is coming out. Strand's going to be great. Don't get me wrong. Going to be great. But build crafting is going to be the most exciting thing coming in the game by far.
I was telling Hazel, it's 3D chess now because of so many different changes they made to all the armor mods and how they craft stuff. It's going to be fun. No more elemental affinity. You can stack mods like you want. It's going to be a lot of fun. RNG. What do you think, man?
I'm ready for it. I'm not as super hyped. I'll save it until it comes out, what my thoughts are. But I mean, I'm excited for what's coming. I'm not crazy as hyped as I was maybe for Witch Queen, but
yeah,
it's there.
Way to be a party pooper. You ruined the whole podcast, Gator.
I keep my whole. No, I don't give a shit. I don't care what.
Everyone, he's not our favorite mod anymore.
Hype train. There goes the hype train off the tracks.
Bring it in a little bit, okay, RNG?
Yeah,
bring it back in.
Come on, man. Okay. I know you're excited.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
It leaves you, Hazel.
Something crazy.
What do you think, man?
Oh man, I'm so excited for season 21. I could give a shit less about season 20, unfortunately. But maybe the story will be good and hopefully carry it. But give me season 21 with no power grind and all the goodness that, is everything that we all want. I'm super excited for that. The challenge? Come on. Let's go.
We talked about it. We thought about they would maybe
do you feel just a little.
Go ahead, Parody.
Sorry. Do you feel just a little bad for like whatever team put together this crafting system with all these elements and they're going to do all these things and then they're like, scrapping the whole thing. Just throw it all out the window.
It's just too complicated.
Who do you feel?
Well, no, I mean, totally agree. Just at the currencies team, I'm happy that we're not going to give you 17 new currencies because I was like, oh, you're taking them away just to give us 17 more in Lightfall.
You're a Bungie. We appreciate all of the hard work that you've done, but we're going to throw it out now, and the reward for your good work is more work.
Hey, we're taking away all the build crafting materials, and everything is going to cost way too many legendary shards.
Jeez. You know what? You know what's going to be a shortage of next season? Enhancement cores, because they're taking the place of the building materials for weapon crafting and stuff. Mark my words.
Get the fuck out of here.
Whatever.
The only deficit is going to be your account because you have 20 accounts.
I don't.
And you have 200 enhancement cores on each.
I don't.
I have over 1,000 enhancement cores. Right?
I have
the economy sucks if you're playing multiple accounts.
I had 1,000 cores on my primary account, and I used them up pretty quick. This was not related to the.
What are you spending them on?
No, I think you know what I was using them for? To get armor enhancement prisms, in order to get enhancement prisms to get the golf balls. That's what I remember. I use a lot.
You know how you fix that?
How's that?
You fix that by running GMs.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I've seen the light.
Not buying
There's Hazel. He's freaking out.
No.
Raids.
Hard disagree.
Enhancement cores can drop from raids.
I was running GMs. You know what the GMs did? The freaking blues from the GMs got rid of my 50 shards and 10 golf balls out of my vault. And then after they're
like
gone,
a management problem.
After they're gone, I get the notification, your vault's full, by the way. Like, oh, you couldn't tell me before you got rid of the shards and golf balls?
You're a PC player, right, Respawn? You play PC, right?
Yeah.
How many monitors you have?
That's irrelevant, okay?
It's not irrelevant when you can have dim up on another screen and see what your inventory is by clicking refresh. Especially if you know you're using.
Click the refresh.
It doesn't help if you have ADD.
Honestly speaking,
you're not helping
jokes
yourself,
here, right? But honestly speaking, I didn't even pay attention because Bungie said that there were going to be no more blues, right? So I went hard grinding in the GM, didn't even pay attention to the drops because I assumed there were going to be no blues. It says my vault is full. I go look at, not vault, Postmaster's full. I go look at it. All blues. My crap is gone. I was livid.
But they fixed that, though. There's no more blues dropping now if you're past the soft cap, right?
Yeah, now.
Oh, okay.
After
I got you. All right. My final thoughts. I know we're trying to wrap up here. Two things I'm really looking forward to Lightfall. I love the fact that there's going to be a story on Neomuna. So a whole new space, whole new open area, and a whole new patrol area. Patrols. Yeah, I said it. But what I'm looking forward to is the fact that the season is going to be back at home fighting against the invasion on EDZ and things like that. I love the fact that they're coming from two different fronts. And, if it's even half as good as the Witch Queen story, I'll be in. So the story, that's what I'm looking forward to. So, that's what I'm hoping will turn out to be good. All right, everyone, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I wanted to go around the horn. Everyone plug their podcast, where they can find you. Let's start from the top here. That's Parody. You want to do you're usually the one doing it, so go for it.
I know it's real bad when I don't show up. They don't know how to end the show, start the show. It gets real dicey. No, I'm here from Two Titans and a Hunter. We're here with Respawn. Night Team unfortunately had to go. I don't know. I assume do something with the new king. I don't know what he does these days. He has a new job. He does something. You can find us, Two Titans and a Hunter. Shove it into a search box. You'll find us. I believe in you.
Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Respawn. We start with you.
Thanks.
Go with you next.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Oh, well, Parody just plugged it. Yeah, no one respawns in real life from the show Two Titans and a Hunter. We are literally everywhere. Anywhere you can listen to a podcast, watch YouTube, watch Twitch, you'll find us. So, like Parody said, I also believe in you.
Let's go with Sweaty Spooks.
My name is Sweaty Spooks from the Blueberry Lounge podcast. My co-host, Native Raider, as well. He had to leave a little bit early for work reasons, which is totally acceptable. You can reach out to me on Twitter if you wish at sweaty_spooks, or you can find me in all of the Discords lurking.
Thanks for joining us tonight, man. As one of our newest members of the Owl Sector Alliance.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I was actually so excited because I started as a fan of this, and I had been listening to this, what started as a tripod for a number of years, if you will. So I was very, very excited to be here today. So thank you.
Hey, man, I dig what you're doing. Your YouTube videos, you're doing great work on your podcast, man. You've come a long way. I'm proud of you, man. You're doing great stuff out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fluffy Fingers MD.
Hey guys, that's me. He said my name already. I like running. I own a Miata. Sometimes if it's like dark in the basement and I'm going up the stairs, I feel like things are chasing me, so I run a little bit faster. And why are people laughing? I'm just
nothing. Go ahead, man.
Bye.
No,
is it?
I just remember the old joke about MD standing for Miata driver.
No, I play a fake doctor online.
Seems like a good place to play that game.
Don't you have like a podcast or something, Fluffy?
Oh, that'd be cool. No.
Okay. Only the oldest podcast here. That's all.
Found you off the street. Some rando.
Hey, Fluffy, do you want to do a podcast? Good.
What you got to do is you got to go to Google and you type in Destiny 2 podcast and you find Two Titans and a Hunter.
Exactly.
And then you get introduced to the community and then you find our podcast.
Exactly. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a great podcast, man. You've had some really great people on there lately too. Yeah. Good stuff. Like Mr.
I know. It's weird. They never come back though.
Oh, what about dude? I think we need to come back and talk to you guys.
Yeah, FUD was on this week. That was fun. Actually, you know what, community? Average D2 Gamer is on next Saturday. Not tomorrow, but next Saturday.
Awesome.
Hit me up in the DM with some ridiculous ass questions for him.
There you go.
That's all I ask.
He's a good guy. I like that guy.
Well, I can't help but notice that nobody from Two Titans and a Hunter has ever been invited to your show.
I think we need to fix that.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think we should.
I wouldn't invite Respawn, just saying.
They only invite people that clean out their postmaster properly.
Yeah. Well, that leaves you, Sin, and Kingsley Mac.
And Des.
And Des.
We'll go in normal order.
Sorry, I'm looking at faces here. Sorry.
I entirely forgotten. I can't get my last words. I mean, good God. But no, I am Des Raven. You can find me on Twitter at @DS_Raven, where I'm not likely to respond because it's a running gag. Go check out the Guardian Hub for the history of that running gag. It's not as funny as I make it out to be. Trust me. But of course, you can find me lounging, laundering, and answering lore stuff. I'm running out of steam very quickly here. Across the Discords. I'm like resident lore guy on Guardian Down, Guardian Hub. I haven't joined many other Discords because they seem to be multiplying. And yeah.
Every week there's a new one.
There is.
I know, right? Just about. So yeah, Sin.
Well, you can certainly find me on Twitter at Sin_media or here in the Discords, multiples of them. And Kingsley, Super Soaker, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ Mac, take us out.
Yes, you can find me as Kingsley Mac all the places. Not by any of those names, but, I stream occasionally while I'm on Twitch, mostly for friends while I'm raiding. You can also find out our show. Did you know we just had our 200th episode for the Guardian Hub? And, check that out. It's not out yet, but it will be out soon. And actually, by the time you're hearing this may be out after our 200th episode, if you're not listening live. But anyways,
it'll come out coinciding. But find out everything about our show, our website, how to join us, the Discord, at theguardianhub.com.
The best hub on the net. There it is. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys coming on. RNG Gator, did
you know? I just had to jump in just for that part right
of course,
there. I had to come just for that part.
Absolutely, it's like a trademark. Yeah, RNG Gator, where can people find you, sir?
Unlike Sweaty Spooks.
You can find me in the Discord, especially in Guardian Downcast with Rodimus, telling people to go chat in the right channels. You can find me on Twitter as RNG Gator.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your work tonight, man. Keeping everything in order. I can't look at the chat just when I'm doing live shows. I can't do it. And of course, my partner in crime, Mr. Hazel, NT. Where can people find you, sir?
Quick and easy. Hazel NT, anywhere and everywhere, pretty much all the places.
Gotta love the branding. You can find me at Todd the Gator on Twitter and all that good stuff. We have a podcast called Guardian Downcast. We're two dads that started this game back when Destiny was just a little baby. And, we've done it all these years. And I guess this is going on our fifth season. Damn. You can find us at guardiandowncast.com or, in our Discord that we're talking through you right now. That is, discord.gg/Guardian Downcast. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, chat, for stopping by and talking with us, and appreciate you. And, that's a wrap, guys. Thank you very much for joining tonight. And later, Guardian.
Guardians are measured by their worth. So stand, fight.
There it is. I don't have to add that now. It's perfect.
BB.
We're good to go. Hell yeah.
Get toddled.
There it is.
Get that intro
Bye.
music.
Get toddled.
Max Headroom. I remembered it now. Max Headroom. Nice.
Hey guys, this is Marcus B814, and I'm guesting again over here on the Guardian Downcast, a Destiny podcast. Hazel is an elitist podcast, and Gator has way too many bounties stored up for the 4th season of Lightfall. So, keep listening and enjoy the show.
No, man, that was a fun live show, man. I had a great time talking and seeing everybody again. But, we have a few announcements and important announcements here. I want to make sure we got these in this week because we have our question of the month for February. And the question was, what one thing were you looking forward to most in Lightfall? We kind of talked about it in our final thoughts. In fact, we have changed the deadline. We need your answers either in SpeakPipe form or in our question of the month channel in our Discord by next Thursday. Yeah, that is 23rd, Thursday the 23rd. I'll repeat, next week, Thursday the 23rd is your last chance to enter your answer to question of the month. And we're giving away not one, but 2 of the Destiny 2 Lightfall expansions, the deluxe edition, which includes all 4 seasons and the dungeons and all that good stuff. Probably $100 value, I believe. I pre-ordered mine a long time ago, so I don't remember. I think it's about $100 value. So if you want to be in the drawing, we're going to have one drawing for everyone and a second drawing for SpeakPipes only, like we normally do. So it's beneficial to you to get the best chance of winning is to throw a SpeakPipe our way. And we're going to play a few SpeakPipes here of ones we've received already, Hazel. And this one is from Dubfire33. Here we go.
Hey, boys. Dubfire33 here, sending my very first ever SpeakPipe recording to you guys. Loving the podcast. So glad I found it. Couple things. Hazelnut, thanks again for helping me run a couple dungeons there a couple weeks ago. We did Grasp and Prophecy. Prophecy was fun as hell. That was great. For those of you listening, if you're ever running something with Hazel and he asks you to throw a switch, don't do it. Okay. We'll leave it at that. So, thanks again for that, Hazelnut. Yeah. So I just wanted to, say hi to you guys and tell you how much I love the podcast and, how much I'm loving the community. And I wanted to talk to you or, respond to the, question of the month. What are we looking forward most to in Nightfall? For me, it's story progression. Just to kind of see where this whole story is going with the Witness and the darkness and all that kind of stuff. I was actually just recently on the Discord talking about stuff in the lore channel, and I ended up getting into a really good discussion with a few people there about what's going on with the whole darkness thing. And I was saying, kudos to Bungie for bringing this whole darkness thing together, because it was a very weird, nebulous, it didn't seem germane to the story at all. It was just the darkness, and Bungie never really said what it was, and it never manifested itself in any meaningful way in the game before. So they kind of had to do something about that, and they did very well. I think it worked out very well the way they kind of brought it all together, because it's all kind of turning into a really cool sort of story for us to follow. So, that's what I'm looking forward most to for Lightfall, to kind of see where this whole story goes. I almost took an entire 3 minutes. That's probably a little too long, so sorry about that. Thanks again, guys. Love the podcast. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Dubfire. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, thanks so much. I've been listening to actually his podcast.
Yeah, he's a
granted, I have before this, I had zero interest in Battlefield 2042, but now I'm actually sort of interested in this. So
I give him kudos, because he stuck through it thick and thin. He stuck through it. He kept going with his partner. And they talk about it every week. So it's really cool. It's a good podcast. It's one of the first podcasts I tuned into when I was starting to listen to, the Battlefield type podcast. There's not a whole lot out there. So thanks, Dubfire.
Yeah, he's also Southwestern Ohio. So,
look at that. Yeah,
Good
that's
stuff.
right. I remember him saying that in the show. Yeah. All right. We have another one here from, you'll know who it is.
Dudes, this is Miner answering the question of the month. What am I looking forward to most in Lightfall? Quite literally everything. They're changing so much with the game. I'm looking forward to how Strand is going to work, how absolutely broken it's going to be, the story, where that's going to go, everything. I'm looking forward to everything. I think it's going to be awesome. That's short and sweet answer. If I win for the pick for the month, I already have Lightfall, so just give it to somebody else. I'm just letting you guys know right now. All right, later, guys.
Fair enough, Miner. Thanks, buddy. Hey, did you receive some stuff from Miner lately?
I did.
Yeah, I did too.
I did.
I don't know.
He's a good guy.
He is a nice guy, man. He, I got a nice Callaway golf shirt with my favorite beer, Blue Moon, on it. And of course, a Blue Moon, little chill bottle. Pretty cool. Took a selfie of it and put it in the Discord.
Yeah, he got me a couple things from Deschutes Brewery, and coincidentally enough, I actually had some of their beer. It was just weird and kind of crazy. I was like, "Are you here in my fridge?"
I loved it, man. That was an awesome. You didn't have to do that. I'm not used to receiving stuff. I'm used to sending it out. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All right, one from we all know who this is.
This is my response for question of the month regarding what I'm looking forward to Lightfall. What I'm looking forward to is going to watch everyone complain how broken Strand is, and it's too powerful in PvP, and PvP players are going to complain and bitch, then it's going to change the game for the rest of us like it always does. But I'm looking forward to some refreshment of content. I'm looking forward to the new expansion. Looking forward to the story. It's going to be fun, I think. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play it till like the 30th, but it is what it is. But on that note, that was my response to the question of the month. Have a good night. Enjoy your wonderful playing time of Destiny, and toodles.
If you didn't know, that's one of our favorite mods in the Discord. That's Rodimus Prime. Thanks, Rodimus. All right, one more here, and this is going to be from Raffi.
Yo, what up? It's Raph. My answer for question of the month. One thing I'm excited for about Lightfall is all of it. I mean, let's be real. I'm a hunter main, and being a hunter this next season sounds like so much fun. I am so excited to be able to start swinging on random shit, even though it's not there. Because that's pretty cool, right? And then use this rope dart thing, like, what? And then I get to throw around a dart. Ugh, perfection. I'm excited to go destroy everything and do the craziest, stupidest stuff I can and get to the highest points of any map that I can, just because I can. So yeah, that's what I'm excited for. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rafi. You did good, man. I know you were nervous about sending a speak pipe in, but good for you, man.
Yep. And by the way, I'm looking forward to the same thing. You know,
I know you
same thing as Rodimus, where everybody's bitching about everything's broken. And then same thing as Rafi about getting out of bounds and seeing how far out I can go and
yeah,
that kind of thing.
I hear you. Well, we have another guest, another first-time guest next week. It's going to be Mr. Hammer Crasher 32. Can't wait to hear his story. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we'll be finishing up our question of the month for the remainder of our speak pipes next week. So tune in then. I just wanted to give credit to NS Ripsaw. He won the $25 Amazon gift card last month. And he says, you know what? I'm good. Just donate the $25 to maybe let's give away a Destiny Lightfall expansion deluxe version. I'm like, you know what? That's inspiring. Let's do it. So that's why we're doing it. And because of our Patreon community that supports our community and everything we do for it, we're going to give away 2 of them. Like I said, the first one will be to everyone. And then the second one will be just to SpeakPipe. So if you haven't sent a SpeakPipe in yet, do it. This is your last warning. Thursday, the 23rd. Sorry. Thursday, the 23rd. That'll be the last time we'll be taking answers. Hazel, anything you wanted to mention before we move on to the end of the show here?
Yeah, I set up a scrim for Monday, probably when this comes out. So everybody is more than happy to join up and more than welcome to. So, yeah, there's that. Also on the 27th, I actually set up a Jackbox event kind of thing. So that way, you don't need it actually to play. So you can feel free to go ahead and you can play the games and we'll be in a Discord chat. I have no idea how many people we can fit in there. I'm guessing it's probably going to be what?
Are you going to have share screens or are you just going to be talking?
Well, it's going to be a game. You can all like sign in on your phone and that kind of thing and play.
Okay.
So I think you can have like 6, 8, 10, 12 people, something like that, depending on the games.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah. So
deal, man.
Yeah, feel free to go ahead and sign up for that and join up and we'll play. I think even my wife might show up and play. So
nice.
You don't even have to like Destiny or that kind of thing. It's just, we're, be in a Discord chat, talking shit and making each other laugh, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny's down, so why not? It'd be the one night I would be there, but I'm actually playing with Dubfire33 and Raffi and a bunch of others. We're all going to play Battlefield 2042. I'm going to download the update. It's been updating on my PS5, so why not? So I figured that'd be the night to try it, right? Watch it be really good, and I'll be like torn. That's going to be terrible. Hey, I'm doing it. So yeah, that'll be what I'm doing that night. But if I wasn't doing that, I love Jack games, man. I love those Jack games. So our family does them all the time. All right. I wanted to give a shout out to our Patreon community out there. Our Dungeon Champion patrons, that would be Scoot, the Scarlet KM, Oh Hey Redneck, Technical, Toll the Bell, Sauced Waffle, and Raphael 9199. Of course, our OG Raid Boss patrons, that would be Jealous and Frostbite, and Mr. Average Destiny 2 player. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your support. The bulk of that support probably is what's going toward our giveaways, so thank you. Just a quick thank you to all our Patreon members out there. You know you are. Giving back to our show and community has been great. And Hazel and I, like I said, thank you very much. Because of our patrons, you enjoy our podcast commercial free. Hopefully you like our little ads we make. That's for us. That's for our community. We're not selling anything. And hopefully you're enjoying the bonus content. I think I'm going to try to get a one more Patreon episode out before Lightfall. I have to see. My time schedule is really tight, so we'll see. But every month you'll get at least one. So check those out as well. Like I said, Hazel and I do this for the love of the game. And the fact that you guys are giving back in the Patreon is just a bonus. It just goes right back to our community. So if you want to, if you get a little value out of this podcast and you want to give back, go to patreon.com/support Guardian Downcast. The link and everything is in our descriptions down below in our show notes. And we've got some tiers. You get some special badges in the Discord. And, of course, your own private Discord chat channel just for our Patreon community. No feet and spider pics, please. Thank you. I believe that is it, Hazel. Another episode in our collection for our listeners out there. We have 180. Is it 6? I lost count, man. I'm going to say 186 episodes with interviews from gamers all over our community. So if you're just now finding out about us, take a look at those. We have some really great stories in our past episodes. And if you like what you hear, do us a favor. Just tell a friend about us. Hit that share button on whatever app you're using. Hazel, where can people find you, good sir?
Like I said in the Megacast, Hazel NT, anywhere and everywhere.
You can find me on Twitter at Todd the Gator. Remember, that's 2 D's and GATR. And hey, I don't know if you knew this. I got a YouTube channel, Todd the Gator. And you can find me on Steam and PS5 under that same name. And I make videos to help new players out with all the little things in the game that maybe you have a question about or just need a refresher on if you're a returning player. So check out that. I have a podcast that's an audio form of those videos called the Destiny Help Desk. And I believe I have another episode of that coming out very soon before Lightfall as well. So keep that in mind. And also, this episode you're listening to right now, auto post to that actual YouTube channel, Todd the Gator. So check out that if you want to just, hang out in YouTube and listen to our episode. All right. Before we go, Uncle Scumdeath has sent us a Scumdeath Corner. Uncle Scumdeath, what is going on in the UK today, brother?
Hello, and welcome to Scumdeath's Corner. What a nightmare. It's Tuesday, it's Valentine's Day, and the missus is working, so I've got her a few little bits, got her a necklace and all this type of thing. So I'm cooking up some food. I'm cooking up Jamaican patties in pastry and all this type of thing, but the one trouble is, Plymouth Parkway, my home team, are playing tonight, 5 minutes down the road. My brother's just video called me with all the boys up there, like, yeah, we're allowed out, but you're not. You got to do Valentine's Day. My missus is working, and she's having a bit of an hard time at work, so I thought, I'll do Valentine's Day correct, because if she comes home from work and I'm up the football, I'm in a world of shit. So I've got her a bottle of wine, got her some flowers, and cooking up some tea. So I think I've done the right thing. So, I've definitely done the right thing. So, you gotta have an easy life, ain't ya? You gotta have an easy life. So, it stressed me out. I hate cooking, recipes and ingredients and all that, timings. Hate it. Hate cooking. But I've done it. Whether I've ruined this tea, I don't know yet. I'm still waiting for her to get home. She'll be home in about 20 minutes. Probably still won't be cooked by then. But, hey ho. At least I've tried. So anyway, happy Valentine's Day. So, we'll see what happens when it comes out the oven. Anyway, love you all. Take care. Love ya.
Thank you, Uncle Scumdeath. I appreciate it, buddy. Hey, you were a smart man. Smart man. I heard you got a free pass to on Valentine's Day, Hazel.
Well, yeah, I was sick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I had a cold and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I actually made I was up late one night. I actually made a video for my wife. I actually played the theme song of the whole video was our wedding song. And I actually made a video. I actually pulled old home videos, actually home videos of us, our first home and everything, and put it all to music. And let's just say I scored some points. So that was good.
Oh,
yeah, I was proud of myself. I think I cried while I was making it, man. It was so hard to make. All the memories, come flooding back. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, everyone, remember as you're playing the remainder of what's left of Witch Queen, take breaks, get outside, touch some grass. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Hades, talking to you, buddy. Continue to be safe, everyone, and more importantly, take care of one another. Life's too damn short.
The weight of the world was on your shoulders, and still you triumphed. Marvelous.
Thank you all so very much for listening. And later, Guardian.
Get toddled.
Perfect end to a perfect night.
You're gonna be like, shit, all my recordings are corrupted. Now we gotta do the whole fucking 5 hours over
I'm
again.
recording on software and hardware tonight, so we'll have plenty of backup. We're good.
More importantly, Respawn, do you have a plate of food in front of you?
I did the responsible thing and ate 2 hours ago. I'm good.
Then who is going to join me then?
Oh,
I'm good. I'll join you. I have my pizza just showed up, Parody. You're good. I'll join you.
I'll join you.
I probably should because I haven't eaten anything yet, but.
We'll go watch Fluffy pass out.
I want all of you to order it. That way you have to leave at an inconvenient time to go get the food, bring the food back, have all the wrappings make a ton of noise to be distracting as fuck, and then eat without closing your mouth or turning off your mic.
Just a little ASMR.
See, that's the thing. I have a mute button, so I'm good.
Yeah, so do I, but the problem is they can hear it because it goes like this.
Why don't you push the mute button on Discord?
I just muted it. Did you hear it?
No. Did you hear mine go click, 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 click?
Yeah, just
my
put it on
microphone has a mute button on the top of it. I just tap it.
Push it on Discord.
No, I have an actual big boy fucking mic. I don't have it on my headset like a child.
Mine's not on my headset. I didn't say that.
You just said it was on your headset.
I said it was on my mic.
Yeah, he
on
said
the top of my mic.
Those are different words.
Yeah, I guess they are.
A lot of hostility in here. I think we all need to chill.
Oh, you guys
normal.
This is
normal
part of
between
these
me and
Megacast yet.
Just wait. Just wait.
Just wait. Let it get.
It was a roll.
Everybody board the shit bus and run the roll. All right.
I'm just going. Who's going to be my angry buddy tonight?
Everyone.
I think we're all going to have our pieces to poke at. I'm going to pull a Jedi mind trick and lift the enemies in the air and explode them. I can't wait, man.